can't read, I can't write, but that don't really matter, cause I'm a Bristol City fan, and I can drive a tractor. We want our fullback, we want our fullback, we want our fullback, we want our fullback.
Oh, it was funny. I thought it was funny. I thought it was very funny. I hope you did too. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Power Program. I am your host, Joe Newman, a.k.a. Good Lawgic. I am amped up. Couple days off. I am feeling refreshed. I'm feeling so strong tonight. I got a banger of a show for you. Really. This is just a lot going on. You take off a couple of days and all of a sudden, like, the world just keeps on spinning and all sorts of things are happening. I got so much to talk to you about. I got the, these allegations that the infighting that we've been dealing with in MAGA here is bot farms, not just allegations, but evidence. So we're going to take a look at that and some of the blowback from those allegations. What else do I have going on here? Oh yeah, ICE wins BIGLY. Big win. Huge win. Definitely want to talk to you about that. Updates and what's happening with the Save America Act. Might actually end up making some phone calls at some point because they haven't heard from me in a while. I feel like some of my senators might miss hearing from me. So I think that might happen at some point tonight. And we have a goal. Tonight's goal is this. It's normally 15, I know. But tonight it's 20 because when you hear what I'm offering, I'm like, yeah, that's a 20. That goal is 20. If we get 20 super chats of $10 or more, doesn't have to be super chats. It could be Rumble Rants. It could be whatever. Look, last week, frankly, someone just like sponsored. They just sent me $200 by PayPal, and they were just like, Joe, check your PayPal. And I was like, I can't say no to that. I can't. What am I going to do? I'm going to say no after that happens. So I can't say no to that. But basically, the goal here is 20 super chats, $10 or more. I'm going to give you a double show. What do you mean a double show? I mean, literally a whole second show, like with a new intro, as if I just sort of like popped on in here, a second show, because on Monday night, I pretty much was ready to run his show. And for one reason or another, it didn't end up happening. So I have a whole second show in the vault. So yeah, if we hit our goal tonight, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. If we hit our goal tonight, I'm doing, bam, second show. So that's up there on the agenda for tonight. And what else do I have? Oh, I got this guy here. How are you? He's so shy. He's so shy.
I just figured I would give you a little nothing. I'm sorry. I'm trying different things out. I'm workshopping stuff. Hey, what's going on, Chad?
Your workshop. Yeah. How have you been?
Man, I'm great. I'm really good, actually.
Really good?
God answers prayers, and it's very funny sometimes when he does.
God answers prayers.
Yeah.
and you can't tease the audience like that, Like,
okay, all right. I'll give a little. Okay, let me put it out like this. All right, it was me and Joe had discussed something on the show before about praying for things that you won't.
Yeah.
And so I started praying for something specifically as a blessing to a guy that doesn't like me. I thought he was spending a little too much time on the internet. I thought he was going a little crazy.
This is so not what I had in mind.
And so I said, now he's not going to be spending so much time on the internet. It's very funny. I'm
But
sorry.
it's so not at all what I meant. But
Oh.
okay, it's I didn't mean that. Like
I just
whatever.
went ahead and gave it to you, man. Don't worry about it.
No, I understand. I'm just saying when I gave that advice to you, I wasn't really talking about, praying for God to smite your enemies.
No, that's not what I said. I said I think this guy is sort of losing it, and you should bless him by allowing him to not have
freedom from social media.
Yes.
Unfettered. Unchain him from
Yes.
social media.
Yes.
By giving him no one following him.
Yes. So
all right.
Somebody says sin prayed the gay away.
Yeah.
I really did. I said, I was like, God, please bless my enemies. I think they're going a little crazy and they need a blessing. And sometimes you don't realize when something bad happens, it is a blessing. And I think this is probably a blessing. So it's very funny to me.
Oh, no.
What do you mean you don't know? You should have been more specific in your mentorship.
I feel like you sort of took what I had in mind there and you just sort of ripped it into like something that like I don't know what's happening here. But all right, look, it worked for you. So there you go. Pray to God. All right. It's a good thing. It's a good thing for people to be praying, to having more conversations with God. That's a very good thing.
A daily thing. It is a daily thing, especially since I started doing this show. I make it a daily part of my routine. A lot of times before I do this show, which is very fun. So,
it's an interesting thing. I just thought about today. When you pray, you're on your knees.
Depending on, but yeah, most of the time.
Okay, so this is what I noticed. Of the three Abrahamic faiths. So Muslims pray bowing down. Christians pray on their knees.
Okay.
Jews pray standing. Like the main part of our prayer. Some parts we're sitting. The main part of our prayer is actually called the Amidah, which we do 3 times a day. And Amidah is Hebrew for standing. And we stand perfectly still with occasional bowing, like prostrations toward God. 4 times during the course of it's like a preset long prayer, and but we actually stand for it with our feet together. Like we don't walk around, we don't move. Like our feet are basically like our heels touching, basically, and I think it's interesting that the 3 faiths, which all come from Abraham, have such divergent ways that their most intense worship are in 3 completely different ways.
Yeah, that is weird. I didn't even know that. I didn't even think about that. But again, like it depends on like when I'm praying. Sometimes I feel like the need to do it right in the middle of doing something. Like it's something will sort of like come over me. The spirit comes over me, let's say. And I go, I really need something or someone or whatever needs to be prayed for. So yeah.
Right. Branka is correcting me here, telling me there's no Christian requirement that prayer be on the knees. It's common, especially in church. But prayer standing is in no way deficient. Depends on circumstances. This is true.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true.
This is true. No, and I should point out there's certain prayers that will say sitting. So it really depends on the parts of prayer we're talking about. But the main part of our prayer that we like there's certain psalms or things like that we'll say before and after. But what's considered the essential part of a particular prayer is always the standing prayer. But when we're walking along, and if we're driving in a car, we say a little prayer for safety, for safe travel. If it's a long trip.
Yeah.
So, like if you're leaving the city going somewhere else. So in that case, we have a specifically designated paragraph-long prayer that we say. So obviously, we're sitting in a car. You say that sitting.
Yeah. I mean, I normally do that whenever like me or my family take a trip, and I forget why. It was something to do with like a church that I went to. It was like you should probably do this. Yeah, and I forget where it came from, but it just has now become a habit over the years. I pray for like a safe trip and all these different things, and then pray for the safety on the way back, and also like specifically like just a good trip too, because you can just have an uncomfortable trip sometimes. So like I do that every time I go. It's mainly on long trips. So,
right. And look at this. Aaron saying, I'm really starting to look forward to Wednesday nights with you two buffoons. Thank you. and let's go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I love being here. I'm excited to come here and talk normal, adult world topic stuff.
Yes. Yeah. I basically remind you that, like, dude, you're not 15 anymore. So that's why the rest of the time you're a teenager, but like Wednesday nights you become sort of adult, kind of
Sort
adult.
of. Well, I'll give you like so. Somebody asked me the other day about a political topic, and I think it was the war in Iran, right? The stuff that's going on over there, and it was just a random super chat out of the blue, and I started discussing it with some of my co-hosts, and people really responded well to it. They want me to start doing a solo stream once a week discussing politics and things like that. So I think I'm going to give it a shot. We'll see.
Yeah. Especially many non-Catholic Christians will preferentially stand in church to pray. The other time that we pray is over food. So anytime it's something that we're supposed to be for bodily enjoyment, like so that before and after we eat, we will say a short prayer, and that's also always sitting. So there's some prayer which are supposed to be sitting. You're not supposed to be standing when you're doing that. So there's all sorts of rules about how we pray. But for the most part, many of our prayers are very have areas of flexibility that if you studied how to pray, if Jews have studied how to pray, it's not too hard. Yeah. Anyhow, let's get into the world and what's happening. So I want to start with this. I want to start with this. I'm going to share with you this report, something you probably never heard of before. Okay, you never saw it. Phenomenal news. Okay. Check out this breaking report. Okay, in fact, I'll actually share with you that Sean Frux shared this out. Breaking: the Supreme Court just ruled parents are allowed to opt their children out of being indoctrinated with LGBTQ plus propaganda. Praise God, sanity is being restored.
Regarding religious liberty and whether parents should be informed and be able to opt their children out from reading books in the classroom that go against their faith. Shannon Bream is at the Supreme Court. We were watching for this one. What's the verdict?
We were, Dana. So this brought together a coalition of parents of different religious faiths and backgrounds who said there used to be a rule in this particular school district that would let them know when there were books that dealt with issues that may be in conflict with their religious faith. Well, so many parents were opting out that the school board and the school district quit doing it.
They even share the names of the books.
Justice,
that came up in the case.
Parents have earned,
and when you're going to get your stomach's going to turn.
So while this case plays out, they say the board has to notify them.
And when I saw this at first,
that's in question or anything similar, so that their kids can be
excused. Look at these books. I mean, I saw this and I was like, oh man, Sin and I can talk about this all day. I was like, you know what? Maybe I want to pull a decision up. Look at this. Born Ready. What are your words? Pride Puppy. I guess this is some sort of pronoun stupid. My Rainbow, Jacob's Room to Choose, Uncle Bob. It's sickening. Are these disgusting? Right?
Okay.
Before we go further, because I know someone in the chat is going to point this out. I'm not sharing this story with you to share with you this news. I'm prefacing this before someone's like, before anyone chimes in here. Most likely one would be Andrew Branco. I'm not sharing this to share with you this breaking news because I want to clarify for you. This is not breaking news.
This is old news.
This case was decided 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
Really?
Yes. Mahmoud v. Taylor was decided a year and a half ago. Great decision, right? I mean, you read the decision, you're all excited, and I want you to see something. This guy, Sean Frucht, who Sean, I guess his name is. I assume his name is pronounced. I'm just trying. This is how I assume you pronounce his name.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Is Sean Fucked? This guy. This guy.
This is so fucked.
This guy here shares this as breaking and gets 57,000 likes, 10,000 retweets, breaking this story. And 6 hours ago, he broke it. Breaking Supreme Court just ruled parents are allowed. And I'm like, Supreme Court isn't issuing decisions. Now they're hearing arguments. What the hell are you talking about? Like, this is what I'm thinking. Like, I was like, and I was like, when did this? So I actually, and I went up there and I basically said, hey, Grok, when was the decision issued? Is it breaking news? And Grok said, no, not breaking news. Supreme Court ruling affirming parents' rights to opt out children. June 27, 2025. I'm sorry, it's not a year and a half. It's not 2 years ago. It's 9 months ago. It's a Fox News report from that day. A related emergency order on parental notification for student gender issues came March 2nd. I'm telling you this right now. The reason I'm sharing this with the audience is to tell you, if you follow Sean Fucked, you should stop. Okay? Because this guy is a bot farmer. There is no way, I cannot believe for a second that this guy got 10,000 likes. And who's he aiming this at? Who's his whole account about? His whole account is, based 209,000 followers. Lover, Jesus, husband, father, recording artist, author, founder of Let Us Worship, Hold the Line, Light a Candle. It's just, how do you get this type of engagement on something that you lie to your audience as breaking news that actually broke last summer? I mean, it's astonishing. These people are
a day late and a dollar short then.
Yeah, I was actually, when I saw this at first, I was just like, this is so scummy. And the point that I want MAGA to appreciate from this is there are folks out there who are looking to basically farm you. They are looking to get you to engage, because what do they gain from sharing it out there? What they gain from sharing it out there is that then you start sharing it out. Because you see something like this, like me, you're like, wow, that's great news. And if you're not up on every decision, even if you are up on court decisions, sometimes you forget stuff. It's like, oh wow, I guess that just broke. And I actually once or twice been caught by this, where I see something broke and I'll share it on stream and I'll just be like, what the hell? And then people be like, Joe, this is old news. So, now I check twice on when I see something is breaking to make sure that this is something that's actually new, especially if I'm dealing with a court decision like this. But the point that I'm getting at is there are bot farms that are aimed at us.
Mm-hmm.
And they're basically trying to just grift from us, because if you share it out and their accounts grow and there's engagement, people talking, they make money. They grow in popularity. I'm sure this guy Sean Fucked wasn't 209,000 when he started doing this stupid grift.
Yeah, for sure not. Yeah, definitely not.
But they grow because you're like, oh, this guy's giving me breaking news that I need to know. And he agrees with me. He's sharing news I like, and breaking news that I like. So this is how they grow in popularity. This is a hazard to MAGA. And this is really what my main story tonight is about.
Well, I mean, is it a hazard because now we're behind the ball on actually what's going on in the, in politics, in, any sort of judgments that have been made, anything like that? Because now we've got our eye off the ball, basically, is what you're saying.
No, okay.
Or is it because of grifters?
What I'm saying is because MAGA has grown as it has.
Yeah.
We've attracted grifters like this clown.
Of course.
Okay, there are tons of grifters, and grifters come in all sorts of different forms.
Of course.
That's the point that I'm starting with, and that these grifters will use bot farms to basically share. Because what happens is, what does he gain from using the bot farm to do stuff like this? And look, I want to be clear. I'm assuming it's a bot farm because this doesn't make any sense how it just, propagates like this. But if you get something started, it gets the traction out there that a lot of people are sharing it. It gets recommended by the algorithm that, oh, this is something that gets shared around, and more and more people who are legitimate people start sharing it around, and then their fans start sharing it around. That enables them to develop a reach that they're basically lying to their audience in order to get reach.
Okay.
And so you're like, okay, so basically what's the downside for us other than we're following some clown? That's what your generic question is. And that's a fair question. And my point is, this guy individually or whatever, if he was keeping this for his own personal grift, that's fine. You know, that's it's disgusting. And it's embarrassing, and it's very hypocritical for someone to basically, you know, pronounce themselves as a man of faith, where he develops his livelihood, or his, you know, potentially a significant portion of his livelihood from lying to his audience.
Of course,
I mean, it's disgusting. So, like, if this guy was claiming to be Jewish and he was doing this, I'd be humiliated. I'd be like, you know, so
you'd be screaming "Oy vey" right now.
I'd be like, yeah, like, great. Yeah, great. You know, this is another. I'd be like, this is humiliating. So, you know, it's just a matter of. But the point is, grifting through bot farms is to target MAGA is something that we should be keenly aware of. And that's really at the focus of a different type of use of bot farms in order to make yourself seem bigger and more popular than you are. Because if you make yourself seem bigger and the more popular than you are at the base, you grow into other people being like, well, this is something everyone's agreeing with. Look how many, everything they put out there has thousands of posts.
Also, it'll actually make your base lackadaisical. So what will happen is when it comes time to go do something or whatever, you'll see things like this. You go, oh, the movement's great. Look at the ratio of these guys on Twitter. Look at the ratio of these guys on YouTube, whatever it is. And then people will go, well, look, man, I really don't have time to go vote today. There's so many people that are out there. I'm just not going to go today.
No, I was actually, well, to be frank, I was actually sort of saying the exact opposite. What I was like, you end, because what I'm saying is you get a lot more people to start engaging with you because they think this is something that's popular. They think that, oh, I'm with the
fair weather
MAGA
people.
Yeah, so like I'm with the in crowd now who are coming to this conclusion, and you know, all these people are agreeing with it, and it kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah,
you know, so if you're not really critically analyzing, you're not really thinking things through, all of a sudden you're like, oh, you know, that's actually a fair point. If you tack on a few other voices who came along, you know, we're going to come to a thread in just a moment, but I want to just get to some super chats. But a thread that really breaks down the bot farming being used as a weapon to go after various people. I'm going to come to that in just a moment. Let me just catch on a couple of chats. Kimmy says, Baptists don't kneel, we stand or sit. We do kneel if we go forward at the end of the service for the altar call. Oh, okay. All right. Mahmoud versus Taylor. Thank you for correcting me. Legal question. If a realtor signed a morality agreement, then got caught saying the N-word on YouTube, what would the financial ramifications for him be? Well, I need to look at the terms of the agreement in order to understand what to know what the ramifications really are. You know, like because the general rule in contract law is the four corners of the document govern. So you sort of look to what's in there, and unless it's something that's like wholly illegal, courts will tend to enforce what's in there. Unless once in a while you could try to opt. The way people try to opt out of it is they'll say the signature was forged. They'll say that the other side breached. They'll say the terms were unconscionable. These are different terms that people try. These are different things that people try to use to slip away. They'll say that the clauses are there was anticipatory breach. They'll say that there was there was another defense that I was going to throw out there, but by and large, ambiguous. They'll say the terms are ambiguous. But the actual, when you're trying to say what should happen once we agree to these things, it's not like there's a standard. This is what the law says happens in that scenario. It's a matter of they look at the terms of the contract. That's where you start. That's the start. So unless you're holding a copy of his morality agreement, you probably wouldn't know the impact. Maybe you are. I don't know who Frog Tony is. Frog Tony could be anybody. Hands One Pack says it's actually engagement farming. Okay, that's the proper term. But it's using a bot farm for engagement farming. The problem is because X is monetized and it's based on engagement. That's when X went downhill. Well, yeah, you sort of figure there's got to be some sort of middle ground. People who are helping them, produce content. You would think that they should get they should get some sort of compensation, but they need to do a better job of weeding these clowns out. And maybe they can soon, because this is a thread that was created by Alexis Wilkins. Do you know who she is? I think there's like a 12% chance you know who she is.
I've seen her. I've never followed her though. Like I've seen it pop up on.
Do you know anything about her at all?
No. Like I've just seen the account before. I've never engaged with it.
Do you know who her boyfriend is?
Obviously not. When she's got a boyfriend with a set of hair like that.
Well, she's considered by many people to be very pretty.
Not with that hair, man. That's it feels like a mess to me.
All right. This is Alexis Wilkins. She's considered by most people to be very pretty. Obviously, this guy here.
High standards.
It's like, oh no, I don't know. I think a 4, maybe. Alexis Wilkins is dating Kash Patel. She's been referred to, as a honeypot because other people think that she's very pretty. And that's what this is ultimately about. And she wrote this thread. A foreign-linked influence network has been running coordinated operations against the Trump administration for 22 months. I know it's real because they ran one against me. I was targeted in something I knew was far from organic. This level of media isolating unwanted and unwarranted. There was nobody to help. Nobody jump in and say, this is false original post and help me. Well, I don't believe in problems without solutions. So I spent the last few months learning to build programs to utilize publicly available information to prove that this is way bigger than me. This is about creating chaos in the Republican Party. It's about the organized effort to lose Republicans the midterms and subvert President Trump's agenda. And I have the data for you to see. So she's going to come with data, try and show that this is thoroughly something that's inorganic and designed basically. She's going to bring data to try and show that this is purposefully designed to try and rip MAGA apart. In July 2025, I was falsely labeled a Mossad spy in a coordinated campaign designed to isolate an official U.S. government by using the person publicly nearest to him, me, obviously referring to isolate Kash Patel. Across the full operation, July's events and others dating back to 2024, 6 chapters, 22 months. The data shows 3.1 million retweet engagements. 80% of all activity was pure amplification. So yeah, there is 21%, which is 20%, which is, if you think about 20% of 3.1 million is roughly 750,000. But you wouldn't get the 750,000 retweet engagements, but for the fact that there's already 2 million bogus retweets, and that motivates people to be like, oh yeah, you know what, I'm agreeing with all these other people, but those other people are nobody. It's just a bot farm. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
659 accounts retweeted the same post. Some retweeted 1 second apart. 15 pairs retweeted within 10 seconds of each other. When content spreads organically, timing is random. People check their feeds at different moments. They don't retweet the same post within seconds of strangers they've never met. 54 retweets in a single hour at peak. Do you know what 54? Imagine posting, going through. How do you even read things to digest them and send out in less than 60 seconds? Find another and retweet. 50,
you're not.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, at that point, you're just engagement farming. That's what a lot of people do, though. Even smaller accounts try to do that. But at that rate, it's a bot.
Right.
There's no way to humanly do that.
863,568 total retweet engagements in this chapter alone. That's not a conversation. That's a weapon. The network has a trail. Catholics for Catholics lists General Michael Flynn as current senior advisor on their website, which I don't think that's the it's the Michael Flynn. Supposedly he has a son of the same name. He's like Michael Flynn Jr., who is all about basically trying to kill MAGA. I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah.
But that's what my understanding is, that he has a son who is basically someone who's all about going after Trump.
Gotcha. Okay.
Flynn is the anchor of a digital infrastructure that has been repeatedly activated at every major Republican fracture point over 22 months of documented data. The same accounts appear at every chapter. This network does not rebuild between deployments. It stays ready. And I'm just going to give examples of when they were deployed. Chapter 1, May 2024, 10 days before the Butler assassination attempt. That's not accurate.
No. Wait, hold on.
The Butler assassination, I know, because it happened on my mother's birthday, which was July 13th.
Okay. So they're
so she's inaccurate in the date here as far as May 2024.
okay.
But Ivan Raiklin, former Green Beret, former Defense Intelligence Agency board member of Flynn's nonprofit America's Future, posts directly to Elon Musk and J.D. Vance. 1. General Flynn would make Trump assassination proof. 166 retweets, 14 tightly clustered time windows amplified within 1 second. So whether it happened in May or whether it happened 10 days before the actual assassination, the point is that this bot farm is basically at some point before the assassination attempt is farming out this whole thing here about how General Flynn would make Trump assassination proof. 166 retweets, 14 tightly clustered time windows amplified within 1 second.
Jesus.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not an individual doing it. This is like basically they have programs that are designed to farm out certain things and just retweet under different names and different bogus accounts that they have created. And yeah, Chapter 2, July 2025. A coordinated narrative falsely identifies the FBI director's girlfriend as Mossad honeypot. I told you she was good. She really was called a honeypot. Like they basically say that she's, because she's Jewish. And I guess there's the implication was, how would Kash Patel get a girlfriend that hot?
Kash Patel's not a bad looking dude. He's not like.
He has some. Just speaking purely objectively from a looks perspective.
Mm-hmm.
On a basic just looks perspective, I don't care what you think. You wouldn't think someone who looks, forget about who he is. And I do think that's an important factor. You wouldn't just picture someone who looks like this with Kash Patel. Someone who looks like Kash Patel. But when you know it's Kash Patel and who he is, the resume, who he is, the charismatic figure, that he is, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. The guy's got a million things going on for him. He's like one of the most powerful people in the country.
That's what I was about to say. He's a powerful guy. He's also worth millions of dollars, and he's not like terrible to look at. So yeah, money and power go a long way, Joe.
Right. I'm talking purely on a looks basis. He overshot. Yeah. But that doesn't mean he isn't worth something, infinitely superior to Alexis Wilkins based on other characters.
Yeah. If we're going just looks basis, okay. Yeah.
Right. So that's my point, is that's why she's being referred to as a honeypot. It's like, okay, she's bringing the look, and what's in this relationship, outsiders looking at this relationship are like, okay, he's bringing that he's, freaking Kash Patel, and she's bringing that and she's bringing her looks. So that's why you would call her, so maybe Mossad sent her. This is what the claim was. Mossad sent her to basically go find him and, start dating him so that Israel will have influence over American government. Now you need to bear in mind here, I think they've been dating since 2023.
Oh, well then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been dating a long time. This is not. She didn't start. She didn't say like. It's not like he was on Tinder and had on his resume their FBI director.
Yeah.
And she's like, swipe right. Okay. Hey.
When a honeypot, just a regular basic lawyer at that time. So.
He had worked in the White House under Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, but who knew he was going to become the FBI director, though? Seriously. And who knew if Trump was even going to get back into office at that point? So
yeah,
that's a stretch for me.
Correct. The origin post from a supplement influencer with 1.1 million followers, built through the COVID medical freedom movement, gets a labeled inorganic seeming. Uncommon 20 million views. This is the network's method. Anonymous mass deployment. then credentialed amplification. So the first people who are posting it out there are the anonymous, which is presumably bots, and then other folks who have real voices see it and they basically start amplifying it. And once they start saying, this is really interesting to me, well, then it just germinates from there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So in order to give it legs, so the bot farm is designed to help give the story its legs that make it something that like people are like, oh, well, and especially if some of these other influencers feel like this could be potential good grift. So then they, good things to like sort of, speculate about.
Yeah.
It's like, well, or say like, I have questions. Is she from the Mossad? So that's basically, but it doesn't get to their attention, but for the bot farm. The connection runs in both directions. RT.com, I'm just going to call him RT, post about me. A slightly offends amplified RT's content. When RIF TV posted, a military journalist based in Moscow hosting content on a Kremlin-adjacent Orthodox TV channel amplified it back out. Same loop, same network running in both directions. This is what she shares out here. Thanks. Legit targets an account directed by Jackson Hinkle, 3.7 million followers, via his own bio, posted a single piece on content of Alexis Wilkins on September 30, 2025 that was retweeted 677 times. The data shows this was not organic spread. Dozens of accounts retweeted the identical post on the same date, many of which show high velocity posting behavior with automated or coordinated amplification. Legit Targets is only 534 days old with 336,000 followers. Imagine being barely a year old, 14 months old, and you have, I see that this sort of cut off an unfortunate spot here. So I just want you all to see.
Your background is wild.
Thank you. Yeah, 336,000 with 534 days old, 336,000 followers. It's astonishing. That's how does that possibly happen? The foreign amplification is documented. RTCOM, which the U.S. State Department describes as part of Russia's intelligence apparatus, post about me by name. When they did, the accounts that amplified it, including the official Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and an Iranian journalist based in Tehran. RTCOM ranks in the top 15 amplifiers across our entire 22-month data set. Chapter 3, September 2025. Charlie Kirk is assassinated. Within hours, Candace Owens publicly attributes the killing to Israel and targets Kirk's widow by name. Many of the same accounts active in the July 2025 Honeypot chapter activate immediately. It's the same entities, same ones who were basically trying to set up as far, talking about getting Michael Flynn on board. Were the same ones who amplify. It's the same loop. A moment of our natural Republican unity is converted within hours into one of the most sustained fracture points of the year. And I think that's a fair assessment. It should have been a time that the entire Republican base came together. Like our hero.
Yeah, I said that.
The legendary Charlie Kirk. Yeah, you were on the show that day with me.
Yeah, that was my first show ever.
Was that?
Yeah, that was my first show ever because we were discussing whether it'd be good to bring a guest on or not, and I said, well, if you got faith in me, yeah, sure, let's do it. And I said that on the show that now is the time to.
Such a mistake.
It's the worst move ever. But I had said that this is a defining point, a defining moment in the conservative movement to keep your foot on the gas and not let this Charlie Kirk assassination go to waste for our what we're trying to do in this country. What happened to him was disgusting, and it's a way to galvanize the right, and we just sort of kind of didn't do that. So
yeah. Amazing Disgrace says, once again, I'm trying to get you to watch White Liberal News episode 142. Carry on. All right. Question for your co-host. What do the twin lightning bolts on your Twitter bio mean? Isn't that a World War II bad guy symbol?
Oh, that's from Mr. Medicare's community. Nick Ricado's friend, Mr. Medicare had a community, and you said that that's an old meme where you said you lived in digital outer heaven and you were a member of the Sweetie Squad to troll lefties back there and like Gamergate and all that. So I've just never changed it.
All right. There you go. So no, he's not a part of the Azov battalion.
No, I would be hanging out with Nick Fuentes and
Okay.
instead of being here.
And trust me, if Nick comes a calling, you'll be out of here so fast.
In a heartbeat. I'm just waiting for that big call, you know? I'm waiting for that slightly lateral shift, you know? That's all it is. Nick Fuentes, one day, hey, man, you blocked me on Twitter. Unblock me. And, you know, come back home, baby girl.
Branca's show. Andrew Branca says, I have no gripe with Kash Patel, but that we even know who his girlfriend is, much less that she's some kind of influencer, is a huge red flag. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
He's
That's
like, why should we know anything about like his girlfriend?
His girlfriend. Yeah, it makes no sense, right?
It's a great point. It's true. Like, you know, I don't know, but I think see, here's the counter that I'll just sort of push back.
Okay.
I didn't know who Alexis Wilkins was before this story came out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that this story.
Wait, why didn't you ask me like it was something like you had some insider knowledge that you've been following her for a while? You're like, yeah, Sin, you know who she is?
Well, she became. I'm saying is she sort of blew up in name after this story.
Okay. Okay, well that makes sense.
Yeah. How many?
But you didn't know who she was until she posted this whole conservative bot farming thing.
Writer, political commentator, Tab Report, spokesperson, senior fellow at AP Project Country Music. Christian NRA board. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I've never heard of her before. Yeah, Sin, it was a test. He's always trying to shit test me, chat. Okay. It's every time. It's either shit test or gaslights with this man. Okay. What am I ever gonna do?
Hands One Pack says Kash declines take a pager as a gift from her. Why is that?
Sorry, I was trying to take a sip of water. About spit it all over my computer. Thanks. No, honey, seriously, take this pager. You need it. Like, look, everybody's doing retro things. It's very chic to use this pager, Kash.
Yeah. Chapter 4, March 17, 2026. Joe Kent reigns as NCTC director. Sorry, she resigns as NCTC director. That same day, Catholics for Catholics, a Flynn associated organization, announces Kent as their Washington gala. Within 24 hours, Tucker Carlson interview. Within 72 hours, Kent's on stage with Flynn and Candace Owens at the Waldorf Astoria.
Okay.
RT.com, the official account of RT, Russian State Broadcaster, designated, this is them as an active amplifier of Kent's resignation by the U.S. Department as a fully fledged member of the intelligence apparatus of the Russian government. Posted content about Joe Kent's resignation within 24 hours of the event. Right. So this post received 209 retweets from the same account cluster identified in Honeypot campaign analysis. The data across all 6 chapters, 3,166,207 retweet engagements, 80% amplification rate, abnormal volumes of accounts documented across multiple chapters spanning 22 months. The same accounts that were active before Butler in 2024 are active in the Kent chapter in 2026. This is not a series of separate events. It's the single persistent infrastructure activated at each fracture point. And here are the accounts that she's claiming overlap.
Okay.
All right. So now apparently they have, and I'm trying to figure out what this means. And what I assume with the bot analysis.
Yeah, but doesn't this make us look stupid? Does this not make the conservatives look like big dummy dum-dums, because everything that we're getting engagement on now is going to be looked at as bot farmed instead of actual natural engagement, and showing that, you know what, like what we're doing is good for the country and people are liking this. To me, this seems like a very bad move to put this story up.
So clarify what you mean here.
Okay, so if all these stories, all these conservative stories, all these conservative talking points, right? If they are being bot farmed and she's going through saying, hey, everything, all this engagement is fake, it makes our movement look fake and fraudulent.
No, because it's the fracture points in MAGA that are being faked. The point is that this is the reason, the objective here is actually to kill MAGA.
Okay.
Because I mean, look at the
Yeah.
levels of infighting you see on social media. There's just massive levels of infighting.
Well, I mean, I said that last week, right? I think it's been coordinated. I think it was a coordinated effort, the death of MAGA scenario. But my point is now is that because she put this out as a way to go, well, these fracture points are fake, they can just turn around and go, yeah, well, you proved that on those. What about these other ones? And
You're saying where there wasn't fracture?
exactly.
Well, the answer to that is 77 million votes.
Okay. I mean, that's a pretty simple answer, but you're also going to end up
It's
running
this-
into.
It's the simplest answer. The answer is every poll going out there saying that the things that MAGA stands strongest on, and is not split,
Mm-hmm.
are things that have incredibly high. The
But
polling.
you get what I mean, though. Like, it's a way to sow doubt into any sort of like a natural, grassroots.
I look at it as the
story out there.
opposite. I look at it as the opposite in that I don't think MAGA is nearly as divided as you might think it is if you look
Yeah,
at
no,
social
I don't think
media.
it is either. I think we agreed on that last week. I think it.
And this, to me, is the evidence of that. That
Okay.
hey, the division that we're seeing here is being insanely boosted to
Mhm.
try and popularize further division.
Got you.
So in that sense, I think this is a healthy thing. I think it's a healthy thing to try and analyze, like, if it's true
Mhm.
that this is a really big story, because MAGA
But-
being this growing movement, and this is designed to basically, kill MAGA before it has a chance, and keep us from being cohesive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're always trying to do with any sort of conservative community, right? Like me being a part of Comicsgate, there's always somebody in there that's trying to fracture it and wear the skin of that community and pretend like they're a part of it, and they're just trying to grift off of it. They're
Right.
literally just trying to use it as a piggy bank or a way to squeeze money out of them because they don't care about the actual beliefs of that community. And that's what I think.
Precisely.
Yeah, that's what we're having right now.
Or not don't care,
Mhm.
but they're actually there for the purpose of trying to, to try and do harm to
Yes,
its
100%.
further development.
Yeah, I mean, you look at those super chats that were aimed at me. That guy claims to be a part of my community. You see what I mean? And those are the guys these are grifters that don't want to hold the actual values of these conservative movements. And MAGA has tons of them. I think Elijah Schaefer is definitely one of them. I think Candace Owens is definitely one of them. They just want to use the movement as a piggy bank.
Precisely.
And, you need to move on somewhere else and find another piggy bank to squeeze and wring money out of, because you're doing bad and harm to the movement.
And that's why I started by talking about Sean fucked.
It's fucked. Sean fucked is got you. Yeah.
I wouldn't use that word ever.
Don't you gaslight me on that one. I will walk off. Okay. I mean, I'll come back because I probably.
If someone's when I'm talking
Wait.
about Sean,
Yes.
I'm very careful, like with my language. So if I really try, I'm not saying I wouldn't occasionally slip and say something I might regret later, but I wouldn't purposefully say there's certain words that, we're sort of trained in how to try to control our speech.
Yeah, I get it.
And yeah, what I'm saying is when I'm saying his name, I'm just saying his name.
Exactly. I agree.
I can't help what the guy's name is just because it reminds people of some other word. That's not on me. But yeah, I was those of you who joined late, and just so we're on the same page here. Yeah, no, I just because I don't maybe my local rabbi tuned in late. I'm talking about this guy right here. This guy right here. So yeah. Anyhow, so she's showing here. This is what they used to call bringing receipts. She's showing here the bot score the bot analysis, and obviously the devil is always in the details as far as
Agreed.
proving that this is actually a bot. But they show what it's based on, tweets per day and ratio and things of that nature. And and some of them have higher bot scores. It goes down, goes to people, it goes to accounts which have lower bot scores. And I'm going to pause it when I get to some of the larger accounts. These accounts are babies, right?
Yes.
These accounts are not meant for anyone to see. These are accounts.
Oh, okay.
These are accounts which are, so when you have this Higby, CGFFF, right, with one follower, Tony Will with no followers, right?
Yeah.
These brand new accounts. Why are you retweeting 53 times a day?
True.
Right? Like, well, why would you be doing that? And the only possible answer to this is it's for the purpose of people seeing on the account you're retweeting that it's been retweeted. So when they all work together, all of a sudden now, if you have thousands of these accounts, so now you just see 1,000 retweets that happen in the first half hour after the thing. You know what I'm saying? It just sort of just like bam, like they just post out whatever stupidity they'll post out there, like Mountain Dew is delicious, and it's like 1,000 retweets. And you're just like, wow, that's so it just starts getting into the algorithm, and that's what these are, algorithm boosters.
Okay.
Or more properly, as Allegan News corrected me, is being engagement farming. So when you see these tiny accounts here, that's purely engagement farming, but you actually see some larger accounts as this thing plays. And it goes very fast at certain points.
God, it's crazy. All of this is crazy. Like, I wonder how much money is being spent on these bot farms and what's the return
it's totally worth
on investment.
It's totally worth it.
You know what? I'm gonna bot my my X account. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make tons of dollars. Just do that.
It's so bottom feeding. I'm gonna pause when we get to some of the accounts. I'm gonna pause when we get to accounts that are. I have 60,000 followers, which is a nice size, and I feel blessed by God for that. I'm gonna pause when we get to accounts that are larger than mine. Okay. So this one's 26,000 over here, right? Now this, you'll see the bot number is down at 30. So, and we're gonna see that it goes even lower. I don't know what that means. Whoa, I missed one here. See one here, 475,000, which are just like, what? 475,000, and you're just like, go check this account out. It's what HUA. Check it out. HUAJA. Are you looking? Are you doing it or not?
I'm pulling it up. Give me a second. HUAJA. Hold on.
TOLLA.
HUAJATOLL.
A. And then check CHI.
Oh, I got it. It popped up immediately. Yeah.
Right. All right. Can you share your screen with me?
Sure can. Share screen. There we go. What in the world? Quadrala? What?
Okay. Now this, if you scroll through there, I'm sure you'll find that not everything in there is a retweet. There's a lot of retweets, I'm sure. But if you look at this account, and I've seen that face before, it shows up in my feed. What's recommended for me? It shows up all the time. What's recommended for me, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that everything there is being done by a bot.
Andrew Bronca.
He was reposted by
son of a. Oh, it's you. Man. Now we know. Now we see where it's going. Andrew. Look at you.
So what I'm saying is
caught red-handed.
What I'm saying is, yes. So these bot farms, basically, I don't know that she's a bot farm, but I also don't know that she posts her own stuff all the time. I need to share with you a story on this particular topic. I've had on here some accounts that every once in a while, I've done it less recently. Well, I'll bring on pretty much a stranger and interview them, talk to them, and and I had a leftist who was coming to the show, whose account is significantly larger than mine.
Yeah.
And he admitted to me off the record, he doesn't write his own tweets.
Wait, what is he doing? Grokking them, or is he getting them from other people?
It's in his name,
Mm-hmm.
and there's basically some algorithm-friendly type of thing.
Yeah.
That generates it.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, he goes half the and he knows a few. There's like a bunch of people in this club on the left, right? There's a lot of people on this club on the left, and they basically, and you know, you probably know you probably know them by name. If you think of any of the big leftist accounts, most of them, not all of them, most of them have other individuals who have access to their account, who are free to share out things that are assumed to be consistent with their ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll just, boom, send it out there, and it'll just go over the internet. It'll just explode. And this guy who was talking to me off the record completely.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna betray that trust of his, even though I think it's kind of gross. But he's like sometimes I'll call up this other guy who has his tweets written for him on occasion, and he's like, and I'll just start laughing about what I said. I'll be like, that's such an insane take. He thinks that some of the stuff that he's saying on X is insane.
Yeah.
But his account has grown to the point that he's basically being compensated for allowing leftists right under his name. So he's like, you know, he gets paid X dollars per month for them to basically use his account and share things out that are basically consistent with leftist agenda. And, you know, I guess he gets paid, or maybe
I'm sure he gets paid. If you're going to do any sort of investing like that into your account, then yeah, of course you're getting paid for it. I mean,
I assume he's getting paid, but there's just having an account like that getting boosted in value because the algorithm is picking up more followers and stuff like that is a form of payment unto itself.
Gotcha.
I assume there's cash payment. So if you talk to me about someone like, I'll just throw a name out there, right? Like the Krasenstein twins. Okay,
hate them. Can we bully them more?
I actually had Brian on my show once. I think I told you. He was very nice.
Sure.
He's very when you talk to him in person, he's very nice. And
most gay guys are polite.
And you can get him to like whenever I get a leftist on here, they're very agreeable. Because the ones who are completely disagreeable wouldn't bother coming.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit there bullying them. And I'll be like, well, what would you think about this? And why do you think that this is not potentially damaging? How is this bettering America? And I'll try to have conversations. I've tried having conversations with them. My audience tends to hate it, which surprised me. I thought my audience would love seeing it, but they get very angry that I'm not. I think they get angry to a degree that I'm not bullying them. They want me to like basically go Jerry Springer on him and just basically be like, "You're a liar, destroying this country."
And they want blood sports, is what they want. They're wanting you to go in and to like sit there and scream at these people and not have a rational conversation with them.
Not actually have a rational. It's much. Again, I would have a lot more engagement if I was willing to. Maybe I
ought to do just a little dash of that. Maybe a little, give a little dip and to dip your toe in the water just a little bit. You know,
that's what you're thinking.
A little yelling. You know, a little blood sports, like a bloody nose thing. You know, not a full on chainsaw to the guy. You know, give it a shot. But a lot more super chats that way.
But my point is, so when you see someone when you see someone like that. Watola chick that you shared with me here, right? Who we see here has a bot rating of 30. So and has sorry, I actually pulled up the wrong one. This is 475 was actually the Washington Times. So it's possible what happens is that sometimes they let someone else access.
Okay.
They sometimes are talking themselves, and sometimes they allow their accounts to be used to bot.
Got you.
That's what I think happens. That they'll be like that. They're sort of like that guy who I met, who was telling me that people speak on his behalf. So I think that that's what they're talking about. That like basically, if you're letting a bot farm access on your behalf, so it'll join into the bot farming. But here's the thing that's so terrible about it: because they're a real person. So now the things being said in their name, people, if you say, "Oh, that's a bot saying it," you'd be like, "What are you talking about? This is like a regular guy,"
Yeah.
So that's not a bot. It's like, no, it's not a bot, but that's a regular guy who's popular and has sold out some of his popularity, sold out access to his popularity to speak in his voice.
Got you.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which is ultimate, and so it's not just. And what I'm saying is almost certainly happening is it's not simply on the left, but it's on the right as well. That's what I'm speculating. That's what I'm speculating is part of what we're seeing here, based on what. That's why you would have a 30, because like 70% of the time, it's legitimately you.
Got you. Okay.
But 30% of the time, that's not you. So, but if you look at these numbers, so like when they have the Washington Times up there, it's like, yeah, most of the time it's not a bot farm, but even the Washington Times allowing itself to be, used as a bot farm. 747,000 followers here. I mean, that's an enormous account. That's a really
that's
big
a massive account.
That's a massive account. Which, like, sometimes this guy, I don't know who the hell, Astuto Religio. I can try and pull him. Let me see if I can. Probably a little fast instead of switching over to you. Studio. Search for a studio. What is it? Religio.
So, I mean, we're just basically getting to the point where all Twitter is, you're just engaging with bots. But, like, I do know that if you see something like that feels sort of, I guess you would say, like, uncanny valley for a promotion or too many retweets or views or whatever, if you look in the comments, it'll just have nonsense comments a lot of the times. You'll go, like, what in the world? And it just looks and feels like engagement versus, like, people actually talking to or discussing whatever is at hand. So this is another bot account.
Yeah, this is one. Yeah, he's following 800. This is someone who obviously, if you're unfamiliar with the way X works, and when you're first starting to develop, a following, one of the ways to actually get people to follow you is that people will go on these little frenzies where it's like, follow everyone on this thing, and they'll follow you. So it's like you sort of like, first 100 people who you're gonna, you want to get 100 followers, and good luck getting your first person to follow you. But if you actually do that a couple of times, you end up getting like, you're following 70 people and 50 people are following you. Like that's how you can start to like get off the ground.
Yeah, I mean that's what I do. Somebody follows me from the show or whatever, I follow them back.
Right. That's how you start building a base from nothing.
Yeah.
When I first joined X during lockdowns, I did that a couple of times. That's how you start building up a base.
Bot farm engaging Joe right there. Chat, get him. Excoriate this man.
It's more a matter of like, so normally people will do that to get to like 1,000 people. You know what I'm saying? 3,000 people. Yeah. That guy did it. 850,000 people he's following.
You imagine his For You thread is a mess.
And has 747,000 who are following him. See, what's the point to even? I mean, what the hell that is? That's not that. That's to me, that's not a real account at all. I think.
The For You thread has got to be a mess. I mean, that's one of those people that just go in there and post engagement and don't actually use it. They have another account somewhere that they're using for basic everyday Twitter engagement, discussion, whatever. And so it's, this is just a nightmare. I'm sorry, but this is all a nightmare to me.
It's getting you depressed about what X is.
Because Josh Moon, I think we may have discussed this before, wrote a thing of he wrote a paper forever ago before he became like, persona non grata to everybody on the right, left, everywhere, called Where the Sidewalk Ends. And it's discussing about how the wider internet was a bunch of people, bunch of forums, bunch of websites ran by human beings. And now we've been corralled into like 4 or 5 websites: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, so on and so forth, TikTok, all that stuff. And that is like killed the wider internet filled with actual people. And now that you're corralled into these certain spaces, it's allowed these bots to come in and to propagate and to sort of falsify things that are going on.
I think it's a really good point because it's the same way, things are better when they're more localized on a government level. It's probably better when it's more like localized.
Yeah, it's killed community is what it's done.
Yeah.
And that's what you're doing with this stuff. Like you're just killing communities. Now, it's good that she's doing this to show that MAGA is dead. Talking points are currently just being promoted by bots and false accounts. That's great. It says,
but that's
exactly
it's
what
not
we were
actually
talking
it's
about.
not actually true. And I want to be clear about this. There
Uh-huh.
are real people out there who are going out there. I mean, Elijah Schaffer is a real person. Candace Owens is a real person. But the notion that they're going out there saying MAGA is dead is in large part being propagated by bot farms.
Here's what I'm seeing, right? All Elijah Schaffer
And to me,
has to
it's
do-
very similar to Sean Fucked.
Yeah,
That's my
that's what
point.
I was about to say. All he has to do is pull a story from Sean and go, look at all the people that are promoting this tweet, whatever. Here's the story, give the story, and it's just a false narrative, and not as many people are actually engaging with it. It's all falsified. And you could just run with that every day using MAGA as dead talking points that are not getting any actual traction or actual people that are MAGA or conservative behind them. But you could build an entire show and narrative off of that.
Yeah.
And fracture an entire community.
Now, and I do think that there's some people out there who are who might be in that camp who are acting in good faith, and I want to be crystal clear about this. Okay.
Yeah.
For example, there's a guy I've had on the show here a couple of times, Liberty Lockdown, whose account has blossomed. And he's a very intelligent, very smart guy who loves Dave Smith. On my show, he's come in here and saying that he thinks Dave Smith is a genius, and I'm like, I think he's retarded.
He could be. Yeah, Dave Smith's not very intelligent, in my opinion.
Yeah, but yeah. So the point. But when I talk about this guy, Liberty Lockdown, I can actually have a conversation with him. And he's willing to say, like, yeah, that's true. This is like a flaw in this thing here.
Okay.
In fact, the whole Israel killed Charlie Kirk theory?
Yeah, that's true, right?
That Joe Kent is throwing out there?
Yeah, it's 100% true. It's what I heard on Twitter.
I'm going to show you, and one of the things I'm going to show you and my audience in the next part of this story is why it's logically, you have to be retarded to believe the claims that Joe Kent and Megyn Kelly are going out there being like, oh, wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
You have to literally be retarded. And I'm going to show you why. It's like dispositively, this just does not make sense. And when I threw it at Liberty Lockdown in a private, I was like, explain this to me. How would you explain this to me? It's like, yeah. That's he like didn't have much answer. He's like, okay, so that's there might be some answer to that, but maybe. He's at least willing to, instead of just being like F you, like whatever, he's like actually willing to have a conversation and reassess. He's like, maybe they're not behind this, but that doesn't mean that they're not behind a lot of other things. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, at least he's willing to come to that,
Yeah.
So, but I am going to prove to you that the entire, and one of the things I probably should have labeled my show this, would have been a much higher scoring on the rating chart show if I would have called it, definitive proof that the Israel killed Kirk claim is a lie.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would have been
the theory is a lie.
100%.
Maybe I'll say it later and I'll clip it and basically and try to go viral that way.
You can change the title of your show at any time. You know that, right?
It's funny you say that because Grok recently recommended that that's what every big show does.
I do it.
In the middle of the show.
Yes.
All right, I'm doing it now.
So what I'll do is I'll set a show up and then I'll share it out. And if I don't get enough like engagement on it, I will relabel the show and then retweet it. Like in the middle of the show, and a lot of times it works. So you know,
I'm gonna try. We'll see what happens. All right, it's gonna take out the bot farms because we already pretty much covered the bot farms here. Well, I'm gonna have a little more on it, but whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna call this definitive proof.
Mm-hmm.
Israel killed Charlie is I shouldn't write retarded. They're not gonna like if I write retarded.
Yeah, no, don't do that. No, please don't.
It is retarded.
It is.
I'll just say
you'll get age restricted pretty quick for a title too if you do that.
If I put retarded in the title?
Yeah, I put cuck in the title one time and they automatically age restricted the crap out of me. In the middle of the show, I had changed it. And they went, bow, age restricted. I was like, dadgummit, man.
I'll just call it the proof. Israel called Charlie is wrong.
There we go.
No, let's do it better. Hardcore. That's
hardcore.
Hardcore proof. Israel killed Charlie. Theory is wrong. All right.
There we go.
Take that, Candace Owens.
Take that. You asked those questions, Candace.
All right. We'll see.
I'm gonna retweet it and see what happens. See if maybe.
I need to retweet.
I mean, I'm going to if you want to. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that also. Okay. Should I change the thumbnail also?
No.
That sounds like we'll see if we can get our numbers up like right here and now live. Let's go to X.
See if we get some bot engagement, everybody. We're bringing down Candace Owens. We're just gonna ask questions about her. That's all.
I don't know. I have questions.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw this post, okay? And it's got a lot of engagement. A lot of people are discussing it. You know, I want to know what they're talking about here. It's so crazy to me. The bot farm stuff though is it makes me feel dirty using all these social media sites because I know I get a lot of like bot followers and I got to go through and like unask them off of my follow list a lot of times. So there we go.
Should I use retarded in Twitter?
Yeah, you can use artard. Don't say retarded. No block your engagement, but you can say artard.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Look who
everybody knows what artard means, but if you put retarded, it's a 50-50 chance they'll hit it for 0 engagement and they'll limit the post.
Are you excited to hear my proof?
Oh, I'm definitely excited for it. Let me go grab some water. I'll be right back.
Yeah. While he's doing that, let me just cover this real quick. Always check the replies on accounts you're looking at. That's where stuff is happening, not on their main page. This is true. And just to finish up here in this, and so you all can appreciate just how this list just goes on and on and on and on. And it's just like the beginning, it just goes on and on. Anyhow, there's a lot there. So there's just, let's go. I'm going to go forward and continuing reading the thread that she was creating, because we didn't even get through that yet. When RT was telling Americans the entire time throughout March 2026, RT published Alex Dugan, Putin's ideological philosopher, declaring MAGA more than dead, worse than dead. It's now an undead, a ghoul. The Flynn network was manufacturing that fracture. Domestically, RT was amplifying it internationally. Two parts of the same operation are running simultaneously into the same feeds. This were 519 tweets a day. How's that even possible? Crazy.
All right, let's go.
Candace Osho. We don't know, but we know.
Wait, what was that? We don't know, but we know.
It's Candace Owens right there.
I love good old Candace.
During an active U.S. military conflict, accounts in this network posted verbatim, refused to enlist or remain fighting in the U.S. military. Candace Owens publicly posted, may American troops take his lead, following Kent's resignation and protest on the Iran war. Whether intentional or not, that content distributed at scale by this infrastructure during an active conflict is functionally anti-enlistment messaging. The data shows it was carried by the same network documented across all 5 chapters. The goal of this operation is not to win a political argument, but to make the fractures feel permanent. To make Republicans believe their movement is over. To make soldiers, it's to demoralize you. It's designed to make you feel the way you feel right now. You see that? Yeah. To make Republicans believe the movement is over, to make soldiers feel the war isn't worth fighting, to make the government and its officials look unstable and create media that creates more problematic media. Each chapter hits a different pressure point. The network, the timing, and the Russian amplification are consistent across all 5. That consistency is the signature. My data set, every account, every chapter, every documented overlap will be published in full. The methodology used, the official X API. Everything here is independently verifiable. This is all I could do to protect myself. Maybe others have more information that would be helpful, but this is what I've learned to do because of this. I believe in the conservative movement. I voted for President Trump's agenda, and I refuse to see it fractured for the benefit of our adversaries. This doesn't even scratch the surface of who might be getting paid by whom. This is all matrix publicly available information. MAGA doesn't have an approval problem. It has an infiltration problem, and it was never about me. Peace. So that's her thread, and she closes out by saying, I'm not saying anything. I ran data. I'm asking you to draw your own conclusions. So, yeah, so that's basically what the thread is. Here's Dan Bongino talking about it, which I know that his popularity has been fractured because of Epstein.
It's definitely waned. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been. My audience, 2 years ago, or everyone in here was in love with Dan Bongino, and I like them. I'm just
what? Never liked him.
Really?
Yeah, never liked him.
Wow.
I not for any like policy reasons or anything like that, but you ever see those guys? You just look at them, you go, not for me. That's all it was. Just for some reason.
All right.
Because Alexis Wilkins put out a tweet last night. I saw it when you saw it. Alexis Wilkins is in a relationship, of course, with FBI Director Kash Patel, as many of you know. Just want to put it all out there. But she put out an interesting tweet last night with actual data points and accounts showing simultaneously synchronized little tweet wars going on about misinformation campaigns and how everybody seemed to do it at the same time. Again, I'm not telling you any of this is illegal.
It's not.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you what Bezmenov told you. There's an op being conducted on you to demoralize you about the MAGA movement. because people want to take this movement from you. And
yeah, but me and Joe said this last week.
You'll never.
Okay? We did.
Dan, we said this last week. Catch up, okay? Catch up, pal.
Yeah.
We were ahead of the game on this. I didn't need Alexis to come in here and give me all these numbers.
What she brought was evidence.
Yeah,
you know
but what I brought was intelligence, all right, and charm and charisma. And do you know how how many people were swayed by me last week? At least 1,000, I think, personally. So don't do that. You're gonna undermine the entire thing that we're doing here. The entire thing that we're doing here, you just undermined with that look.
No, what I'm saying is 1,000 were influenced by you, and 7,000 were influenced by me.
Agreed. I'll go with that.
Okay.
You know, yeah. Even if you are a liar, sin gets in.
They're all gatekeepers around Trump, and your saviors, these demoralization agents, have hidden knowledge. They'll tell you for $10 if you subscribe to their podcast. But then they won't actually tell you either. They'll tell you they're going to tell you at another time and then forget about it.
It's gross. It's true.
No, they will. True. Yeah, look, I'll get to that later, and then you just never get to it. I've done that with shows before, though, but not.
But I actually like I updated my title tonight to reflect that I'm going to give definitive proof, and I will give it. And it's not going to be the end of the show. It's going to be like within the next 20 minutes, half hour. I'm going to break it down for you.
All right, you better. Okay, people are wanting to hear that. They're not wanting to hear Alexis's numbers. Okay.
Are bots any good? Are they like apples or oranges? Think about planting some.
Plant some bots. A good bot farm will make you a lot of money. Organic bots are great if you can get them, but they're very expensive, and usually they're only in China. So,
Allegan says Meta, YouTube all don't care about bots as it helps them sell ads. That's probably true. It's just more views for them.
I mean, the Twitter, like if you are verified, I don't know what happened to my Twitter account. Somehow I got verified. I didn't pay for it. If you get it gifted, they're supposed to notify you as gifted. Twitter just sent me a thing and said, hey, by the way, we're verifying you. So I have no clue why.
Wow.
But yeah, once you get verified.
I pay them.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, once you get verified, like the money that you can make when you're using it for engagement is a pretty decent chunk of change. And so if you're running this bot farm, man, it's good money. So.
All right. Well, this whole bot farming thing ties into the next part where we're starting to get to Charlie Kent. This is Joe Kent and Charlie Kirk. So as I'm starting to become a fan of Matt Tardio. I only learned of him recently, but he shared this. This is extremely troubling if it's true. It's looking increasingly likely that Max Blumenthal, son of top Hillary Clinton official Sidney Blumenthal, fabricated a fake story about Israel killing Charlie Kirk and used Joe Kent's wife and Candace Owens to spread it. Everything leads back to him. 9 out of 10 times, the conspiracy theory is conspiracy. Sometimes it's a 10 time. I disagree with that first statement. I don't think it's 9. I don't think. They say 9 out of 10 times the conspiracy theory is the conspiracy. Sometimes it's a 10 time, but not now. I don't think it's 9 out of 10 times. I think it's probably 50-50. Depends how big depends what you're counting, because some of those theories out there that I've never heard of, some of them might be really retarded. What's the source for the Israel killed Charlie Kirk hoax that's distracting us from the leftists who terrorized us in college campuses for decades, who harassed Kirk and then finally killed him? Who wants to talk about Israel beyond trans Antifa? Yes, people are quoting Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, but Candace's source for this is Max Blumenthal. Max is a terrorist supporting son of top Clinton official Sidney Blumenthal, who encouraged Hillary Clinton to invade Libya to win the presidential election. I don't know that he's a terrorist supporter. I don't know what that term actually means, so I want to be clear on that. But this is we're quoting now here from Daniel Greenfield. He's a militant leftist. So, yeah, that's Max. That's Max Blumenthal, who I know has a deep hatred of everything related to the state of Israel. As far as where I'm at, I have like a deep uncomfortableness with the state of Israel, honestly. But yeah, I'm also not looking to blame them for anything that for everything that ever happened. Oh, what was this one here?
I mean, I blame them for everything that happens until I get to fire the Jewish space lasers. I stubbed my toe earlier, and I just started screaming "Das Juden." It was a shameful moment, but necessary.
And appropriate.
Yeah.
Right.
Shameful and appropriate at the time. There's no Jews for miles.
Those lasers got great reach. This is I'm not sure what Dom Lucre is talking about here. Candace currently going viral for new information being revealed by 0 Hour that appears to implicate Candace's husband George. I don't know what the heck that's about, but I didn't get a chance to really look at what 0 Hour put out here, but you might want to look at that in your own time. I'm gonna just because he tweets a lot. This guy 0 Hour.
Got you.
Like I'd have to go through like I don't know 450 posts to find it. So I'm not doing that. But I don't care about Candace enough to actually look that deep. Okay, but this is I promised you all I was going to give you definitive proof, right? Did you see Candace Owens? Sorry, not Candace. Megyn Kelly talking to Joe Kent?
No.
Okay, so she put out a 10-minute clip where she's, having conversations with him, and he's expressing why, about how he feels about this whole situation, and he talks about Charlie. He talks about Iran. He talks about Charlie Kirk. Okay, yeah. Megyn Kelly seems enraptured, like fascinated by like all these things. Like, wow, this is like breaking, like in fascinating stuff. And I'm just like, what he said here is the most retarded thing imaginable. According to Joe Kent, when questions is like, why Israel is involved. So what do you know about the theory that Israel is behind Charlie Kirk's killing? Like, why Israel? Why would they want to? Let's start with this. He's supported Israel forever. Why would they want to kill him?
Well, the one thing that I remember happened back then was he was invited to that that meeting or whatever, and they offered him money to promote the message of not being anti-Israel, the war in in Palestine or whatever it is, that whole scenario, the October 7th situation.
Right. And when did that reach its climax? That it's like absolutely no. Well, he tells you that the text messages that Andrew Colvett sent out. Right?
Yes.
How do we know that this is an inside? What makes us think that this is an inside job? Joe Kent tells us. You know why we should think that this is something that has other people besides Tyler Robinson involved? Because people, trans furries, were talking about it.
Ooh.
It's like they're like, wow. They were all speculating what would happen if they were speculating what would happen if Charlie was killed at that rally on September 10th, on September 3rd. And they're like, and we know, so it's like, so obviously if people are talking about it, this is something that has, that this is like, it's not just one guy out there, but this is a community of people who all are all aware of this plot to, assassinate our hero. Okay. So, like, why should we think Israel's behind it? Well, there's this text exchange with Andrew Colvett that it's like he totally turned on Israel. That this guy who spent years and years, all that he basically was like, I can't stand the pressure. I'm so sick of this. Some of these Israeli donors can go screw off if they think they're going to be able to buy me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 100%.
And that's so when they saw that, because that was in a text exchange, which had some rabbi in this, who I guess is tied to Israel. And he's like, oh my God, Charlie's gone. He was supporting us, but he's gone. So this is what leads Joe Kent to speculate. The Mossad saw this potentially. He's not saying this is what happened, but he's like basically like, we should ask the question. Maybe the Israeli intelligence saw this. And that's what led toward them deciding, let's get rid of him. Okay. Now, when I first heard this, I had a couple of problems with this. I was like, if they decide to kill him, those text exchanges are September 8th. She told me that they see his text messages, they go right into Mossad, and he's dead September 10th. So within 2 days, that's pretty quick work to put together. I also said to myself, why would Israel be involving trans furries? Like, you think Mossad agents are dealing with trans furries? All right, maybe they have to they have to deal with them for the purpose. Don't let me just finish before you before I'm trying to create a clip here.
Gotcha.
God.
The trans furries though.
But to me, I was like, I don't know. I would think that they're not posing as trans furries. Maybe. I don't know. Why would they be talking about it on a gaming site if this is like their plan?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't accomplished the mission yet. You would think that before the mission's accomplished, it's not standard operating procedure for the Mossad to be talking about, like, wouldn't it be great if our plan works on some gaming site? That sounds kind of stupid for the agency that's reputedly, brilliantly lurking and puppet mastering the entire thing from behind the scenes.
Gotcha.
It seems like the exact antithesis of that. It seems like you're an idiot for actually publishing this on a gaming site before you actually go out there and do this. But here's the thing that dawned on me, which I was like, this literally proves it wasn't Israel. Because when you take these two nuggets together, you take Israel saw that group WhatsApp message of Charlie saying, I'm done with the Israel movement. I'm blasting out at them on September 8th. And do you know when those stupid trans furries were having this conversation about wouldn't it be great if he was killed? On September 3rd. So if they're having a conversation on September 3rd and you're saying they're involved in it, you know who wasn't looking to see him dead on September 3rd? At least one entity? The Mossad. Because they didn't even learn until 5 days later that Charlie Kirk is saying F you Israel, supposedly. That's what he was supposedly saying. How did they go back in time? How did they decide to kill him on September 8th and then go back in time to post 5 days earlier? Oh, wouldn't it be great if he would be killed? So if there was some plot to kill, and that's what this trans Tifa conversation is revealing, that there was some, foreign entity which was having some sort of plot to kill him, which for some reason needed to publish it to the world, which I still think sounds retarded, but it's, I think it'd be retarded for MI6 or for Russian intelligence or Chinese intelligence to publish it on a gaming site. But if that's your evidence that, hey, this is a plot involving a whole bunch of people, the one entity which was not looking to see him dead on September 3rd when those messages being sent is Israel, because at that time they still think he's a friend. So why would you take his later ire that comes 5 days later as evidence that Israel's behind it? That's why I say they take these two different nuggets of information and just throw them out there. Boom, 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 boom. And they're like, oh, you see, there's a whole agency that's out here because they're talking about it. And look at this. We think maybe it's Israel because he's angry at Israel. Everywhere you see in this chat, he's admitting he's angry at Israel. He didn't get angry at Israel till days after some people supposedly ready to decide to kill him. So whoever decided to kill him and managed to get away with it, it wouldn't have been Israel because they had no motive at the time that they're having this conversation. But this is something that to people who are not critically analyzing anything, not really thinking about like dates, times, which event is preceding which one, they basically like, oh, well, here we see there's a motive. And here we see this, this is tying in that there's other actors involved. It's those tying other actors involved, which actually shows it was not Israel. It was anybody but Israel because on September 3rd, Israel thought he was in love with them. Mm-hmm. That's my definitive proof that this theory is retarded.
Okay, hear me out.
Go for it.
Jewish space time machine.
I hadn't thought of that. Look, every argument I can make, you're going to find a flaw with it. That one That one is really
It's rock solid right there. I'm just saying. How do they get the laser moved around? You ever thought about that?
How did they get the laser moved around?
Yeah, I think you're correct. The fact that nobody knew the entire FU Israel situation happened until after his death. Yeah, it's pretty.
No, not until after his death.
Well,
until after those. Yeah, until 5 days after those messages about killing him came out.
Yeah,
that's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point. But Candace Owens isn't searching for truth the way some of her stupid followers are. Like, at least she's looking for answers. She's not looking for answers. She's looking for money. That's all she's looking for. She's looking for followers. She's looking for clickbait material so people will follow and say, "Oh, do you hear what Candace said?"
Yeah,
that's what she's looking for. She's not looking for answers. But and frankly, respectfully, if you think she's looking for answers, you're a moron. You cannot see through. I don't know how it is that you're almost. I would imagine you're likely broke, because I don't know how it is. You're either the grifter or the griftee here. And Candace Owens is not alone in this. But this is a retarded claim.
It's
now Israel might have done a lot of terrible things. You know, I'm not saying they might have done a lot of terrible things. Some accidentally, some purposefully. But this claim that he killed Charlie Kirk based on these two nuggets of information, when these two nuggets of information literally prove that he would not have, that they were not involved in it, but they twist it into being. Because they don't talk about the dates in any sort of order. They just talk about fact nuggets. But
it's the one thing that a lot of people, the way she does this with like the Israel situation, and we talk about it all the time, Nick Fuentes, all these people, it's one of those very taboo things to talk about. Now you have somebody who was working for the Daily Wire, which is, got a lot of Jewish influence in it, Israeli influence in it. And you have now a prominent person that you could point at and go, well, maybe they have insider knowledge because of Ben Shapiro or whoever else that she hung out with. And it's because it's a taboo situation, people want to hear it, whether it's true or not. They want to hear, oh, Israel's over there doing Mossad stuff with Epstein or whatever it is. And that's not that muddies up the water so much, because now you're going to have people on one side that will never look at any wrongdoing of Israel because, well, now she's just, poisoned the well. And then you have the other side where people are just really going to be like, well, Israel did everything. You're going to just end up not having facts. And it's insane to me. So what are you going to do? She's just asking questions, Joe. You can't get mad at her.
Just asking questions. I just have questions. Questions. So stupid, so dumb. Anyhow, so yeah, that I thought of this and I was like, wow, I really need to bring this to my audience. I hate talking about this as much as I have, but yeah. Anyhow,
what's something you're probably being faced with all the time, though?
I get it a lot.
Yeah.
I get it a lot.
It's probably one of those things where, like, we had this discussion when I first joined the show of where, like, I would make jokes like, Jew jokes or whatever, for lack of a better phrase. And we discussed it about where there's in good nature poking, prodding jokes. And then eventually, like, you do have those people that would just poke. And that seems to me like, wow.
Sorry.
Blew my ears out.
I go. I'm sorry. No, but I shouldn't have interrupted. But Mita with the long E decided to sponsor our second show.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. Well, go ahead and give her due. Thank you so much, Mita.
God bless you, Mita with a long E, who decided, yeah, you know what? I'll sponsor it. I want a double show tonight. Basically said for being not the leader of the following and hitting me with a dono of $200.
Wow. I do.
So we will have a second show, and as I promised, I'm gonna basically close out here, and I don't mean close this thing. We're gonna stay on this link. I'm gonna stay on this link. But I'm gonna make everything dark, and then we'll start up fresh.
Just hit refresh. I got you.
Don't worry. I feel like I'm gonna close out the show, it'll say like I'm saying goodbye, but then the show's going to go for another 2 hours.
I hope it works. I hope that works in your best interest. You know what happens whenever Nick gets up and plays the lawyer song? Like half his audience leaves.
I don't have a song. I don't have an outro. I just have like the same few things I say at the end.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah. Okay, I'm here with you. But thank you so much, Mita. We appreciate it.
God bless you, Mita. Thank you so much. Yeah. So you were saying, you have no idea.
At this point, no, what I was going to say was if you say you talk about it ad nauseum, and I think it's probably because of the poke. Like you're probably having to deal with that question an awful lot. And you just want to be like, no, shut up. This woman's crazy. She's just crazy. Stop listening to her.
Yeah. No, or if I say, like I mentioned to you, I think last week, if I say something that's remotely supportive of Trump and the Iranian war. So I'll have people like being like, wow, Joe, I didn't know you were a Zionist shill. And I'm like, dude, I'm supporting my president. Where are you? I have confidence in my president that he's not a doofus who's led by the nose by Bibi, but quite the contrary. I think he leads Bibi around. You see that, like he shuts Bibi up all the time. He tells Bibi, don't do that. Bibi doesn't do it. The one time that he didn't, and Trump got mad at him, he was like all contrite about it. So yeah, the big brother in this relationship is definitely Trump. And yeah, if this is what he thinks is right, this is what he wants to go with.
Gotcha.
Anyhow, let me catch up on some of the chats that came in here. This Charlie Talk is like listening to a veteran talk about Vietnam. Okay. I'm not sure what that means, brother. I don't know. That one went over my head. You're so late, but your timing is
could have been better, right?
Couldn't have been better, yeah. Because I was like, there's no way I'm doing a second show.
Well, all the bot talk, man. When you're running numbers, right? There's nothing. It's very hard to bring any sort of nuance and entertainment to it because you're just laying cold hard numbers and facts out there.
Yeah. So. For those uncomfortable with the secular state of Israel, what about the large number of yeshiva students learning Torah in Israel protected by the IDF? So this is what I'm going to tell you. It's really funny. Someone shared with me a link of a Jewish comedian. Okay, the head of a yeshiva is called a Rosh Yeshiva. Okay, so Rosh means it's Hebrew for head. So the head of the yeshiva is like the head rabbi is called Rosh Yeshiva. So he's like this guy's like, I'm seeing in the news all these people are saying Trump that Tucker is anti-Semitic, and I'll tell you right now, I don't see it. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I think that he's someone who is incredibly anti-Israel, homophobic.
Yes.
That just makes him a Rosh Yeshiva from Lakewood. He gets any more religious, they're going to be offering him. They're going to be offering him all sorts of blessings at every Jewish wedding.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is true that the yeshiva world is very strongly against the state of Israel. And I do think that there's a lot of terribleness in the state of Israel. In fact, what they're doing right now with the state of Israel is, people tell me like, I over the last 2 weeks, I've been accused of being a Zionist more than I have in the 5 years I've been doing this combined.
Because the everything that's going on in Iran.
Because of Iran. Yeah, because of Iran, I'm basically being called a Zionist. And I'm like, dude, you don't even know, you don't have the first damn clue how I feel about the state of Israel. So you're sitting here saying that, like, oh, I'm just like, no, the government there, I think is some of what they're doing is terrible.
Yeah.
But Elvis, I'm going on that song. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm trying to figure it out, but yeah. And I will say God bless the IDF. I think that they're very brave, what they go out there and do. I do want to say that. I think that but and they're saving lives from people who want to see every Jew there killed. But the state of Israel, yeesh. Anyhow, time to move on.
Okay.
What's our next topic? So I said that ICE wins bigly.
Mm-hmm.
That was the next topic that I promised to cover in our first of two back-to-back shows. You're not going to see another link. It's right here. You don't have to move anywhere. Don't just leave the channel rolling, and it'll just like a second show is going to start. But
it's going to be like magic, like
it's gonna be like
Jewish magic.
It's going to be like magic.
Let's get to this ICE story.
Yeah. So we have here breaking. 8th Circuit joins the 5th Circuit, overturns activist judge, upholds ICE authority to detain illegal aliens without bond.
Ooh.
That's right. That's right. An activist judge wanted to say that every person, you have to release them when you take them. That's basically...
That makes no sense. That makes it. I was about to ask you that question. Like, how does that make any sense?
Because they're retarded.
Well, because like I've been arrested before, and when you get arrested, it was for nothing. It was for the expired tag ticket. Don't worry about it. You've got to be able to like show where like they can get in touch with you. You have to have some sort of address for them to associate with you in case you don't show up. Because the bondsman is now on the hook for whatever the full amount is of that charge.
The whole rationale was it's like they try and reinterpret the Constitution every way they possibly can. In a landmark victory for law and order, President Trump's iron-fisted immigration enforcement, U.S. Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit just slammed the door shut on a radical left-wing attempts to force catch-and-release policies on illegal aliens already roaming free inside America. The 8th Circuit overturned a Minnesota activist district judge's outrageous ruling that would have handed bond hearings to illegal aliens like Joaquin Herrera Avila, and that's the petitioner in that case, a repeat border invader from Mexico who snuck into the U.S. illegally in 2006 and again in 2016. The 8th Circuit rule that aliens present in the United States without lawful admission are applicants for admission and seeking admission under 8 U.S.C. 1225B2A, meaning ICE can detain them without bond while removal proceedings grind forward. So even though they're being held, basically the point is it's not considered jail the way we talk when we're talking about an American defendant. No more free rides, no more taxpayer-funded bond hearings for people who shouldn't be here in the first place. The full decision is I have over here, and they literally go argument by argument, breaking down. And I was like, do I want to go through all 16 pages of this? I don't know. What do you think? We can sort of skim from one argument to the next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody's requesting you check Rumble rants. You've been avoiding the ghetto all night. I don't know why. I have no clue why you've been doing that. They say that you have shunned them and completely closed that
I brought up. Okay, I didn't close that screen. I scrolled up and I missed something.
Mm-hmm. So
I missed Uzelian saying, "Sin, this was right at the start of the Jews are the reason. It has less to do with destroying MAGA fully and more making some crazy and join the communist left." I got the other one. I missed that. Oh, I also missed. I sent another one. How did I miss this earlier?
I don't know, but now you just said you just called me a liar to my face, and come to find out, you know what? I wasn't lying.
Oh wow, I feel terrible. I just saw Hands One Pack, and I called it Elegant. I call him Elegant News, but I brought his up, and somehow I missed Uzelian. I apologize to you, Uzelian. I done you dirty. And that was not intentional. Speaking of being done dirty, he shared a link with me here, which was and the point that he wanted to bring up here, and I'll just bring this up quickly just because he sent it so long ago.
Yeah.
Nick Sorda's Crotifa bird costume anti-ICE protester acquitted over attack.
Wait, what?
I didn't even know he was attacked. I didn't even know that this happened. A Portland jury has acquitted. Look at this.
What in the world? What is this? What are we doing?
It shouldn't happen.
Oh, some people just need to be tested before they can involve themselves in public.
A Portland jury has acquitted. We're going to pull this up real quick before we get into the analysis here, just because I feel guilty. And I apologize for you sideverting in the middle of a story to this, but he sent this a long time ago and I had missed it. So I'm trying to fix it. Portland jury acquitted far-left radical accused of attacking conservative activist Nick Sorter. Angela Lynn Davis, born May 1976 of Vermonia, Oregon, was charged with second-degree disorderly conduct and offensive physical contact stemming from an October 2nd, 2025 confrontation, which prosecutors said she chased and helped surround Sorter while brandishing a stick. This is him testifying. The verdict is basically a green light for leftists to attack conservative reporters with complete impunity in Portland, Sorter told the Post-Millennial. Truly messed up. I guess here's the actual attack. We're going to get a video of the attack.
This is great.
We got a Trump supporter. We got a Trump supporter right here.
Oh, he's putting it on the ground and he's making it worse.
Get out of here, white boy. I'm walking down the street. You ain't going nowhere. Get out of here. I'll fuck your ass up. I will fuck your ass up. Get out of here. Get out of here now. You're gonna get fucking pissed. Don't fucking touch me. Yeah, bitch.
Asshole. You all right? Okay. Get your hand
Nice rainbow color.
I
like your rainbow.
Yeah, this feels like a sketch show that this is going on.
This is like, I don't know what the hell.
Whoa.
It's like they're living in the Capitol in Hunger Games.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I'll say this: you're allowed to attack me at a conservative protest or something like that, as long as you're dressed retarded like that. So, as long as you're making it fun when you're assaulting me, why?
And this is just amazing. Amazing. Incident occurred on public sidewalk crossing an Antifa affiliated campment adjacent to the ICE facility, which has been the site of repeated protests and arrests. So, these are these lunatics. Yeah, well, she's trying to hide her identity. We all know you, Angela, and the ugliness that you are. Sickening. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take the costume off when you get caught and take your actual picture. Believe me, I know I've been arrested. So,
yeah. VSync also said that this analysis might be accurate, but listening to the AI slop is painful. So, I don't know how I missed those when I was scrolling through. I wasn't ignoring it. I just did a poor job of.
Joe, it's okay. It happens sometimes. You think you're better than the ghetto, and it shouldn't happen. But that's why I'm here, right? I'm here to bridge that gap between the trashy side and the classy side. So
I said this. Joe just realized membership equals no ads during his show. I didn't do what? What? Customization. No, it's whatchamacallit. I'm subscribers. I'm not on members only.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking. I don't even know what you're talking about, Richard. Everyone's trying to make me crazy.
Nacho Kitty says you should have Nick Sorter on. So
yeah, Nick Sorter is looking. He's coming running here. He'll be here tomorrow. He keeps asking me, and I say, no, Nick, no. I don't know what I would talk to you about. I'm sorry. I'm not willing to have you on.
Maybe a woman dressed up as a crow.
Maybe if I dress as a crow, maybe
I can. Somebody in the chat said it took jail personnel an hour to get Sin out of his furry suit. No, I wasn't. You know what? I'm never telling that story on here. Or the story of a crackhead broke into my car 2 nights ago.
You know, yesterday and we're probably going to come back to this. I just want to tell you really quick, probably coming back to this.
Probably, yeah.
I'm no longer promising. Yesterday, I had, my own, I was assaulted yesterday at a wedding.
Wait, what? How?
My dignity was assaulted.
Oh, don't make it out like you actually got smacked in the head. But okay, your dignity was assaulted at a wedding. Okay, all right. You walk this story out for me, please.
So last night I didn't do a show because I was at a local wedding. 2 friends of mine who live in town.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all part of like let's say here in town, a crew of friends who there's like 5 of us, thereabouts. And you know how when you have a crew, like some people are closer with others, in that crew.
Yeah.
So the 2 people in this group who are like best friends, their son, one of them has a son and the other has a daughter, and they got married. So they were like best friends like the last 10 years, and their children just got married.
Yeah.
When they first told us about it in our little WhatsApp chat, I was like, you're so full of crap. This is totally not true. Like that's like a very weird thing to happen. Normally people getting married, it's rare that I even know who, when they're like, oh wow, what family is it? Who's the groom, and mention someone I never heard of before.
Yeah.
So yeah, for it to be like not just someone else in the community, but to be someone who's like his best friend who is in our same group, where I only have like 9 friends in the entire community, so 2 of them marrying their kids off to each other is kind of weird. Well, anyway, so I was sitting there, and so it was like basically a real community wedding, because everyone who is a friend of the either side, normally you have people come from different sides. This is a real community wedding.
Everybody in the community knows these 2 and are a part of it.
Exactly.
Okay.
So so I was sitting at the Schmorg talking to a friend of mine, another one of those 9, and one of my 9 friends, and this guy, and there's a lot of people in town who like I know them by face, but I might not know their names.
Gotcha.
And they might know me by face. And I probably have had a conversation with them sometime in the last 20 years where I met them and heard their name. There's no way in heck I remember their name, but I definitely am not going to ask them again. And they probably don't remember my name either. But when you see them, you're like, oh, hey, how you doing? Right? That sort of thing. Right?
Yeah.
You have like, yeah, things good. Yeah. Okay, great. Nice seeing you. Like that. Right? I don't really enjoy those types of interactions. I cringe when those interactions happen. But so I'm sitting here talking to someone who actually know, I'm friends with them, and like all of a sudden this guy's like, hey, I need to ask you a professional question. He goes to me, he points to the father of the bride. He goes, those cuffs are like the perfect length beyond jacket.
Yeah.
How much is that? He goes, mine, you see, is like way too short. I said, mine is actually like was just sticking out.
Joe.
And I'm like looking at him, I said, that's an inch. And he goes, no, it's more than an inch. I was like, no. It's like it's almost exactly an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter. It's an inch. So he's like, really? I don't think it's more than that. I was like, no, I'm telling you. My professional opinion.
My professional opinion.
My professional opinion. I'm like, this guy thinks I'm a tailor.
Yeah. Joe, you've slummed it so hard as a YouTuber.
This guy
now lowered yourself.
Literally thinks I'm a tailor. I looked at the guy next to me, and I was like, he was asking my professional, what profession do you think he thinks I am? What does he think I am?
Jewish tailor.
He goes, he's like, I'm just glad that happened to you, and I was here to watch it.
Your ego was super bruised. All that training, all those years of doing everything for the law, learning the law, and you get diminished down to a cousin.
Tailoring is a noble profession. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. And so is a cobbler, but
no, exactly right. But I felt like Yenta the matchmaker is about to walk up to me and tell me she has a great shidduch from like some 60-year-old woman.
Yeah,
I don't know what's gonna happen next year, but I definitely felt like I stepped into Fiddler on the Roof. So
most of the times when it comes to stuff like that, they say like the mechanic drives the biggest piece of crap because when he's working on other people's stuff, you ever think he looked at you and saw you the worst dressed guy there and went, well, that's obviously a tailor because he's done everybody else's suits, didn't have time to do his own.
Yeah, right. That's that's the thing with the barber, right?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Right, but
Maybe you should get a new suit, Joe. Maybe that was a sign from God that you need a new suit.
Or
maybe
he thought like I worked in some sort of clothing. I was like the owner of some clothing store
because of how well dressed you were, is what you're.
Because of how well dressed I was,
how sharp dressed you were,
just how sharp I was.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Oh man, I got to come to him for fashion tips."
Yeah. I'm gonna let you live in that la la land for a little while.
I'm almost positive it was the latter. Thank you very much.
Okay, and my tone may sound dismissive, but I'm not dismissive.
Yeah.
Joe showed up in a t-shirt and a pair of jeans.
I showed up actually. I've been wearing this for like 48 hours straight.
Do you take a bath? Go change your clothes. What are you doing? Oh man, I do stream somewhere. Desert Stratos, I think that's how you say that name. So at FFS Cast, I was gonna pin it, but I don't have the ability to do that. So
CK for Charlie Kirk first voice frustrations leave the cause way before the text at a donor event on August 4th, 5th, 2025 in the Hamptons Crockett. Yeah, I understand that. That's very different from him saying he's leaving. Him saying he's frustrated, which is what he said. That's very different. This is the other thing that's really stupid about this.
Mm-hmm.
When you have an asset like Charlie Kirk, okay, you don't, who's like, because he was very beneficial to the state of Israel for many years. And that's when I'm saying an asset, that's what I mean. Like he's basically, he's the most powerful voice, pro-Israel voice in America, coming into the election of Donald Trump.
Got you.
You don't just say, oh, okay, we're going to kill. He's displeased with us, we're going to kill him. You turn him back. That's what you do. This is why the entire theory all along made no sense. But the definitive statement that everyone says, this is the proof, comes from the September 8th thing. I know that there was rumblings about conversations that were had at that event, that retreat that they had. I'm familiar with that. But the hammer blow that Joe Kent is pointing to is the text messages from Andrew Kovett from September 8th.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Charlie Kirk would have been a useful asset for especially at that time, the anti-Israel narrative that was going on. And so if you could either,
he had been a useful asset during the whole Gaza thing.
Well, I mean, but he was like starting to like be a little questiony. Now I would say Candace Owens wise, but he was like starting to be like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing whatever? But to either have him as an asset or have him like potentially rethink his position on it or whatever you needed to do would have been a lot more successful than what happened to
yeah, exactly. Brain farm and subscription.
Some about the members only thing without ads.
Oh, yeah, but subscription. I don't think that does it. Yeah, Richard, that as a member you don't get ads.
Yes.
What does that mean? As a member, you don't get ads. Oh,
well, if you're a member to the channel, they're saying that you don't get ads during the live stream.
Oh, he just realized that because he's a member, he doesn't. I didn't even realize that people get pop-up ads in the middle of this thing.
They do in your chat every once in a while, but not on the stream itself.
I did not realize that. It's an interesting thing. Richard, hey Lily, it's been a minute. Good to see you, Lily. I was worried about you. I'm glad you're okay. Anyhow, but coming back to this positive news for ICE, and this is very positive news because this is something that, in theory, if they could have been forced to release them. Just a quick overview here. the court, this is the 8th Circuit Court decision in favor of ICE, saying that you don't need to release illegal aliens who you detained just because you have your local bond rules here. This case concerns the scope of the government power. Let me make this a little bigger so it's not just me who's reading it, but we all can read along. This case concerns the scope of the government's power to detain aliens under 8 USC 1212.5, Section 1212.5 works in multiple parts. First, it specifies that the statute applies to an alien who is an applicant for admission. In defining this term, it reads as follows: an alien present in the United States who has not been admitted or who arrives in the United States shall be deemed for purposes of this chapter as an applicant for admission. Being admitted does not merely mean being present in the United States under immigration law. It signifies having a lawful entry into the country. So next, when we're talking about B2A, describes the government's power to detain them without having a bond hearing. In the case of an alien who's an applicant for admission, if the examining immigration officer determines that an alien seeking admission is not clearly and beyond a doubt entitled to be admitted, the alien shall be detained for a proceeding under Section 1229. And that's why they detain them. You're seeking admission here. You're here without having any sort of status, lawful status here. So you're seeking to be admitted. We're allowed to detain you. That's what it says. What was the argument against this that the crazy activist judge came in with? He said, well, when you're saying this, they argued that he's not subject to detention because, according to him, an alien only seeks admission under the statute when he takes an affirmative action to obtain admission, not when he's merely present in the country. So if he's not trying to become a citizen, you can't detain him.
Okay. So
if they're here illegally and not trying to make it legal,
Joe,
then this statute doesn't apply to you. So then if you want to arrest them, you have to have bond like any other criminal.
That's irrational. That's so irrational.
Isn't it insane?
It made my brain hurt. Why? Why are we doing this? What?
Yeah. So but the 8th Circuit said no.
Yeah, because that's insane.
Yes.
It's absolutely insane.
Yes. But that is pretty much the state of the world we're in here. Anyway, I'm about to have a second show right here, right now. But this show, I think, has to come to an end.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you all for joining me and tell you, do you have any final words you want to give?
No, I mean, just go follow me on my show, FFS Cast. The link has been posted a few minutes ago in the chat. We are 130 away from having 1,000 subscribers over there, so I'm very happy about that.
There you go. Make sure you sub up to my friend over here. He's awesome, as you can see, and God listens to his prayers.
He really does.
So it's a powerful man here.
Thank you.
I also want to remind you that lab meat was not meant for you. It's meant for they, them. So you don't want to touch that stuff. Don't have anything to do with that. Mm-hmm. And do not eat the bugs. Just don't do it. Have a good night, everyone. And as always, Godspeed.
Bye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your new captain speaking. Our beautiful ICE officers are now in charge of this airport. That's right. We are the captains now, bitches. To all my illegal aliens, we have a special plane just for you. We'll give you free tacos and cervezas, but we're getting you the hell out of our country. Adios, amigos. If you're a crazy Democrat terrorist, please report to your nearest TSA checkpoint for a full cavity search. You'll probably enjoy that, believe me. Anyone wearing a MAGA hat will get to board first, and they will travel first class all the way. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I am your host, Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Lawgic. I hope you all had a phenomenal day. Things have been going well over there. I got so much news going on in the world. We have stuff with Supreme Court arguments. I got links. I have so many links, I can't even remember what they are. I can't remember what they are, but I'm going to walk through them with you. What else did I want to cover? There was definitely more. I should put a goal up. Shouldn't I put a goal up? Should I put a goal up? What should I put as a goal? What should I put as a goal? I don't know. I don't know. There's got to be something. I'll come up with it. We'll come up with it during the course of the show. Maybe I'll get my co-host to join me. This is my good friend over here, Sin. Welcome back, my friend. How have you been?
I'm great. It's almost like I never left, as much as the amount I enjoy this show. It's like I never leave here and the fun just continues day in and day out. So,
right. Yeah. Did you hear about everything that's been going on with the TSA?
No, not at all.
You know anything about it?
No, what's going on? What's happened with it? What's the TSA doing now? They searching people aggressively?
No, actually, kind of. This is one thing I would have thought that you would have been on top of. This is one that I would have.
Well, you know me, Joe. I do not feel like being depressed about the state of the world, and so I just come here once a week in order to keep myself from sizing ropes. So
right. Okay. Well, I covered recently how the airport situation. TSA is a branch under DHS.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
DHS has been funded by the government.
Yeah, of course.
So, so TSA started they didn't start laying people off. People who work for TSA were basically like, they're not showing up. And the lines across the country, airports, it was like basically a disaster zone. It was insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just crazy. And I happen to love the way, this is a unique gift that Trump has.
Yeah.
Where it's like, and I think this comes from his years of being a businessman, where it's like, I remember seeing him do this on The Apprentice several times. It's like, when you have a bad situation, how do you flip it in a way that's positive? What did he do? He basically said, because the lines in Atlanta and I think in Dallas, all these different hubs where people are flying in and out of, like literally they're waiting 5 hours. 5 hours.
Jesus.
Can you imagine waiting to get through security for like 5 hours because they just didn't have personnel?
Yeah, that's one of the things I've heard. I've got a buddy that does work at an airport that has applied for the TSA, and they're dragging their feet about doing the background checks and hiring them on. It's been damn near a year now.
Yeah. You know what he did to fix it?
What is that?
He brought in ice.
Oh, wait a minute. All right. So I have a little information.
I'm gonna have ice supplement
the
personnel. And while they're there,
we're
gonna basically be checking IDs and
So my friend that works at the airport, Joe, he pushes wheelchairs. So like injured or disabled people, they can order a wheelchair in order to get on and off the plane. And that's what he does. And today, ICE was there at TSA, and Hispanic people that were coming on and off the planes had zero family there to receive them because of ICE. And he was like, I have no clue why they're here. That is so funny.
That's why. That's why. Because TSA is grossly understaffed. So he's like, all right, I'll send ICE. That's what Trump does. He's like, let's take a difficult situation that the Dems made for us and basically use it to screw them. It basically, let's just show the world how every policy decision they make completely backfires on whoever it is that they're trying to benefit. So, you know what the result of ICE coming in there was?
What is that?
Check this out.
And the wait line looks like this. In a couple of hours I've seen ICE officers patrolling, and the line has looked the same since I got here. Completely empty. So can you see
It's almost like you think like illegal aliens were the only ones flying.
It's funny.
It really is.
Times go down when you're traveling, you may just want to thank an ICE officer. Earlier this morning, travelers may have experienced a little bit of a wait time, but since I've been here, the lines seem to be moving fairly smooth. And the wait line looks like this. In the couple of hours that I've been here,
Anyway, so that was I thought you would appreciate that.
That's beautiful. It's very funny that my friend was talking to me in Discord today about that. He's like, yeah, ICE is here at TSA today. And like a lot of people were kind of freaking out, but every Hispanic passenger that I get off has zero family to gather them or to take them. And I was like, that's funny. And nobody knew why. We just didn't know. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. Flying next week, and I can't wait to see the ICE at the airport. Send them my best.
Yeah, tell them I said thank you. Also, that's hilarious.
Tell them
funny.
Tell them Good Lawgic is a massive fan.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah. Ashley Turner, new member of the following. Welcome to the following. Please bear in mind, you became a follower now.
Yes,
which is you might be confused. You might think that did I just join a cult like unwittingly, like a follower? That sounds like type. But the following is not at all a cult type of cult. It's just a gathering of like-minded individuals who are seeking greater personal growth through community, unity, learning, and thinking. Community, unity, learning, and thinking. We have a community of people
that wear the
who
same
all
jumpsuits.
work together to say, you know what, we're going to learn about what's actually happening in the world and then think. But it's not at all a cult type of cult. And I am not at all the leader of the following. I'm just a host. So welcome aboard.
Yeah, speaking of the jumpsuits, there was a crackhead that broke into my car on the murder cabin property, the farm, and some of the jumpsuits have been damaged. I need to know what you want me to do with those.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, well, the receipt said Good Lawgic, and they were sent to me. It was purchased by Joe Neerman.
Sir, you're obviously confused. This clearly never happened ever more than once or twice. Anyway, I got more good news for you because I want to share with you. And I like sharing with you. I consider you a friend. So
I do too. I said that the other day to some people. I was like, I think Joe's actually a friend of mine.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. So Eric Dowdy reporting Mark Wayne Mullen has just been confirmed. This is not today. This has technically happened this happened on Monday. But in fact, a couple of these things may have happened a couple of days ago, just because, well, yeah. But I never got a chance to talk about it, and I want to talk about it with you, my fine friends, including him, I guess. It's official.
I'm here. Look, guys, I'm just here for the ride and to get all your tracksuit sizes. Seriously, though, a lot of mediums were stolen out of my car because it really was broken in by a crackhead.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding at all.
That's funny. You wear a size medium?
Well, that was what we ordered. I think actually, what was stolen out of my car was a medium-sized shirt. Yeah.
So you're looking for like a small thief.
It was a woman that broke into my car.
That's what I'm saying.
And got Joe. Do you want to hear the story?
Okay, now I need to.
All right. So on the murder cabin property, it's family owned. It's been family owned for like 3 or 4 generations now. And I have a cousin that lives on one side. A crackhead somehow wandered into the woods and went into their upstairs of their house and was ran off by said cousin. She then proceeded to come to my property, get into my car, completely stripped naked, steal my shirt, go back to their house, go downstairs, pour laundry detergent all over the downstairs basement, cover herself in garlic powder, and then get into their Razor ATV and drive off before my cousin was able to stop her and have her arrested. She was Donald ducking just my shirt, walking around their house and the property while driving a muddy ATV. Yeah. 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 I woke up the next day and they were like, hey, Sin, did you hear anything? I said, yeah, at 4 o'clock, I heard a banging outside. And so I got my gun and I got my dog and I walked the property and I just didn't hear or see anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't know what it was. And they were like, well, did you hear 2 gunshots? And I went, well, when I went back in, I did, but I live in the woods. I live in the country, and a gunshot in the middle of the night, like early in the morning like that, 4 or 5 in the morning, it's just sort of par for the course. Maybe you saw like a squirrel or a turkey or a deer, and you were like, you know what, plow. But no, when I was out there searching my property, because I didn't think about it, she was in my car, probably butt naked.
Probably buck naked.
Yes. So some of the jumpsuits got taken. I'm sorry, guys. That's what happens.
That's a pretty good story.
Thank you.
Pretty good story. As soon as I heard you said medium was taken, I'm like,
yeah. I disinfected everything. Everybody, don't you worry about it.
Wait, you took the shirt back?
No. They gave me the shirt.
You took the shirt back.
They brought me the evidence bag with the shirt, and I was like, I'll just bleach it. I really like that shirt.
This is what you do. Oh my god!
But she had torn it. She had turned it into a V-neck, and I was like, well, now that's ruined. So it's now in my garbage can. All right.
But that means you do wear a medium.
Depending on what brand, yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think you was that small a guy.
It happens, man.
Wow.
Okay.
The more
she turned it backwards and then cut a V-neck into it. It was very weird. I don't know. Drugs.
How tall are you?
Like 6 foot, 7 foot, something like that.
7 foot and you're a medium.
7 feet tall.
You're a 7 foot medium. All right. Something's not adding up here. All right. It's official. Markwayne Mullen has just been confirmed as President Trump's DHS secretary in 54-45 vote. Democrats crossed over with Fetterman and Heinrich, and Rand Paul voted against. Chamber erupting in applause for him. It's like, why would Rand Paul vote against? Just because.
Yeah, just shits and giggles at this point.
Yeah. This is the vote when it was happening. Let's see how loud an applause. Scale of 1 to 10. How loud do you think it's going to be?
Oh man!
Recognize that there's like 70. There's probably like 70 people in the room. Maybe.
Let me give it a 6 or a 7. It's
All right.
Here we go. Got it. On this vote, the ayes are 54, the nays are 45. The nomination of Markwayne Mullen of Oklahoma to be Secretary of Homeland Security is confirmed.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
So, do you have any thoughts on Markwayne Mullen?
Not really. I haven't done like a whole lot of research into him, but I don't dislike him from everything that I do know about him. So
the things he said, I've liked, and his position on illegal aliens, something I like. When I was like basically when I posted out there on this, I'd quote tweeted this, and when I did, I basically was like, Markwayne Mullen became was confirmed as head of DHS with Rand Paul voting against because of course he did. Because of course,
why not?
Because of course he did.
Yeah, because why not at this point? Thanks, Rand. Hey, Rand, keep up the good work, buddy. You're really.
So someone actually pointed out to me something I did not know about Markwayne Mullen, which I doubt you would know either. Which made me be like, okay, all right, no, I don't like that he did this. Apparently, he thanked Ashley Babbitt's shooter and said he did the right thing, and that he had more patience than you had more patience than I would have had in shooting Ashley Babbitt. This guy, Ashley Babbitt, obviously being the MAGA, the MAGA woman who was killed in the Capitol who was shot dead in the Capitol. So her killer was thanked by Mark Wayne Mullen. So that makes me say, like,
now I'm immediately unhappy with him. Why did you tell me that? Why did you tell me that?
You have to know the full measure of the man. You have to know the full measure of the man. His position on as with respect to illegals is get them all the F out. I wouldn't use, the full word of that because I don't talk like that.
Yeah.
But
don't prod me to say it. Last time I said something that was off colored, you yelled at me or gaslit me for an hour.
No, I'm just saying. But the this so that made me see red when I heard that. But I don't think that's the reason Rand Paul voted against him. I think Rand Paul has personal beef with him.
So, okay. Well, that makes sense. Well,
yeah.
Do we know anything about that personal beef?
You want to see, we can actually see it.
I mean, the fact that they labeled this as the chamber erupted in applause makes me a little disappointed. That was more of a slight. Yeah, no, you're fine. Just completely hide me from the show. Just a slight little eruption of clatter to me, but
Well, I mean,
Joe's just asking questions.
I'm just asking questions.
What if you did a full JQ show? How do you think that would work?
Joe questions?
Yeah, Joe questions. Yeah. Just take some of Candace Owens' talking points and ask them in your own way.
I have questions.
I have concerns. I have questions. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Now, this tweet that's been botted to heck and back. Obviously, people are engaging with this naturally.
All right. It's I have two videos here. One is 16 minutes long. One is I only saw Mark Wayne Mullen's response to it.
Okay.
I can definitely my computer's running like a little slow now. I'm not sure why.
Well, I mean, they say a computer's like its owner.
Witnesses with the nominee, please stand and raise your right hand. Practice of this committee to swear in witnesses with the nominee. Please swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Not sharing anything.
I know.
Okay.
Senator Mullen, you are recognized for your opening statement.
So I don't
before I can start.
I don't need his
I
opening
have to
statement.
address the remarks the chairman made, calling me a liar. Sir, I think everybody in this room knows that I'm very blunt and direct to the point. And if I have something to say, I'll say it directly to your face. If you recall, back in my House days, we actually did have this conversation because of the remarks that I've made. You were in a room. I simply addressed that. I said I could understand because of the behavior you were having, that I could understand why the neighbor did what he did. As far as
so he had made a comment that the reason that Rand is mad at him, and this is going to probably make you side with Rand in this beef, just letting you know, is because he was like, I can understand why your neighbor kind of attacked you. So Rand didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got you. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of like in Rand on this position.
Right. Unless, like, he's basically saying, you're a douche, right? So,
in terms of the snake in the grass, sir, I work around this room to try to fix problems. I've worked with many people in this room. Seems like you fight Republicans more than you work with us. I did address those remarks. I did explain your gimmicks by the amendment you put forth. And as far as me saying that I invoke violence, I don't think anybody should be hit by surprise. I don't like that. But if I do have something to say, everybody in this room knows I'll come straight to you. I'll say it publicly and I'll say it privately, but I'll never say it behind your back. So for you to say I'm a liar, sir, that's not accurate. And I got proof to say that because you have spent millions of dollars in my campaigns against me because we just don't get along. However, sir, that doesn't keep me at all from doing my job. I can have different opinions with everybody in this room, but as Secretary of Homeland, I'll be protecting everybody, including Kentucky, as much as I will my own backyard in Oklahoma. It's bigger than the partisan bickering that we have. It's bigger than the political differences we have. The truth is, I have a job to do, and I don't like to fail at anything at all. So I can set it aside if you're willing to set it aside. Let me earn your respect.
Okay. So, you know, that's probably the healthiest statement he can make there, right?
Yeah. I think so.
I'm going to earn the job. I won't fail you. I won't back down from a challenge. And I'll also admit when I'm wrong. I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. I make mistakes just like anybody else. But mistakes, if you own them, you can learn from them and you can move ahead. And I'll make that commitment to you. Ranking Member Peters, Chairman Paul, I do thank you for this opportunity. It is a humbling experience. A kid from Westville, Oklahoma, that grew up with a dad that worked hard. He set the work example for all of us and all my families.
We don't care about this part, right? We care about just the fight, right?
Yeah.
So let me see if I can.
This is that normal, like, glad-hating thing that they all do. Like, I'm a simple, humble farmer from Western Oklahoma. I ain't Wonder Bread just like you. Everybody's some simple thing, you know?
Yeah. So he's still humbled here. And sometimes it's political too.
You know, I ate bologna sandwiches growing up, and now I'm here in one of the highest offices in the land. Yeah, we get it, pal. You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to get here special.
All right,
so when I walk in, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, if I walk in as secretary, that these guys are ready to go to work day one. So God bless you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I look forward to your questions.
It's the standard practice of this committee for the chairman to ask nominees the following question. Do you agree without reservation to comply with any request or summons to appear or testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you're confirmed?
I do.
We'll now proceed to 7 minutes of questioning. The record should show, and I think will show, a lack of contrition, no apology, and no regrets for your support. You completely understand the violence that was perpetrated on me. You're unrepentant. The only thing you quibble about is whether I met you somehow when you were in the house. I don't think we ever met when you were in the house. And this idea that the only thing you're upset about is not that you were for violence. What you're upset about is that I called you a liar because you said it to my face. So it's really more about this machismo that you have.
Okay, Rand. All right, bro. Okay, I'm listening. I'm all ears.
In Oklahoma, the media asked you about the refugee welfare programs, the programs you voted to continue funding. It was this whole idea that you were going to transfer it because you were uncomfortable, your anger, low impulse control, causes you to then go after and decide that you're going to go after me as well. And so you say you completely understood that I was assaulted from behind, had 6 ribs broken and part of my lung removed. And that was just fine. That's something that you, I guess, approve of as far as resolution of political problems. When I talked to you privately on the phone, there was no apology. You just said, well, we can let our political difference, go by. And you said a few minutes ago, we can just set it aside. Well, political differences we can. But when you say that you agree with a felon, a Trump-hating felon who attacked me, somehow you think I'm just going to set that aside? Oh, it's no big deal. I lay in pain for 2 months, had 6 ribs broken, 3 of them separated, grinding upon bone for months, had part of my lung removed, and you think that's great and to be extolled. I mean, the sheer lack of any kind of self-awareness that you're going to be leading thousands of men and women who will have the use of force. And there's been great questions in our country about how that will be used. And you think a violent attack is just fine. So I guess my first question is, do you think that justifying that kind of violence sets a good example for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I didn't know the extent of your damage.
So is it just me? Does he sound like he's whining?
You talking about Rand Paul?
Rand Paul.
Not really. I think he's just able to get his point out there. I could see where people would be like, "You're being a whiny bitch," but if the guy was purely crapping on him for,
it's not like it's not like Mullen's the one who did it.
No, I don't. Yeah,
it's like he's like, let's hear his response.
Okay.
When the phone call was made, I made it to you and I tried to talk to you. You didn't engage at all. In fact, you said, get your paperwork in. It's got to be 3 days in between.
You offered no apology.
Sir?
And you offered
that was a little whiny.
And
he's
yeah, that part is a little like, come on, man. He doesn't. I wouldn't expect an apology if you're beefing with someone. I would have just dunked on him. Like, no, I don't. I don't need an apology. So
yeah.
Haven't heard the word apologize, haven't heard the word regret, haven't heard I misspoke and it was heated and I made a mistake. Haven't heard any of those words.
Sir, actually, it wasn't heated, and I'm not apologizing for pointing out your character.
Good. So you're jolly.
I'm not apologizing for pointing out
see, that's sort of how he should have ran that. Yeah.
It's like, look, your character sucks. What should I tell you?
Yeah.
So I'm not apologizing. I wonder, like, I want to know. I'm curious exactly
what
the
happened?
context. Yeah, see if you can dig that up. All right, while I play this, like, where the first exchange happened that he's made the comment.
Well, fine, and you want the American public and the people up here to vote that may or may not vote for you to know that you supported the felonious, violent attack on me from behind.
I did not say I supported it. I said I understood it. There's a difference.
So
that
means you really didn't approve of it, just completely understand it. What do you think most people would interpret completely understand to be?
What do you think most people would interpret when you're voting against Trump all the time? What do you think people would interpret that?
Yeah, that you're
yeah, like you're basically the 50th most popular senator amongst you're more popular in this Senate than Chuck Schumer amongst Democrats than Chuck Schumer is right now. So what do you think that reflects on you, schmuck?
Or a condemnation of the violence?
Sir, as I said, we can have our differences. It's not going to keep me from doing my job as Secretary of Homeland Security. I'm going to secure Kentucky and take care of Kentucky as much as I am Oklahoma.
If this were a one-off, it would be one thing. If you just disliked me so much that you approved of violence against me, people could just write it off. Well, maybe they hate each other. But really, there's a pattern of this. Let's go ahead and roll the tape.
You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
No,
guy.
no, stop it.
Is that your solution every
Hold on. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You're not.
This is a bit of machismo.
Yeah.
United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay. Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold it.
If he got up too, would you have gone at it right there in the hearing room?
I would have probably jumped over the dais at that point. You have to be called out on. If not, this guy continues to get away with this stuff. And it's just, it's silly, it's stupid, but every now and then you need to get punched in the face. Well, go back to the 1800s and 1700s. They used to have canings.
And duels. And they used to have duels.
Yeah. Right. And there was a way that men used to settle their differences. I ignored him 4 times prior to that. And people say, yes, you're supposed to ignore it. Well, I'm not a very good Christian. I try to be a good Christian. And I know people say you're supposed to turn the other cheek. I prefer the David method.
But we need to move from an almost.
And by the way, I'm not afraid of Biden.
And that's not the David. That's not the David method. When I hear someone get biblical and they're referencing like my part of it, I'm like, no,
Yeah.
that's just, he's literally not at all what David was about, but quite the contrary.
I will bite.
Biting?
What?
I'll bite 100%. Yeah. I'm in a fight. I'm going to bite. I'll do anything. I mean, I'm not. I don't
Okay.
It just
the plane is at his confirmation hearing. This is pretty funny.
This is wild.
This is crazy, right?
Okay, so I do have I can't find any video, but what happened?
We'll go to it afterwards. All right.
Okay.
All right. Actually, you know what? If you only can tell me about what happened, then go ahead. Tell me what
Yeah,
happened.
because I can't find any video on it. So what happened was Mullen said he understood the violence against Rand Paul to a group of voters in Oklahoma, and then later was confronted and told Paul to his face that he understood why Paul's neighbor attacked him in 2017 and an assault that had left him with 6 broken ribs. So this is where it stems from. So I'm trying to find any video of him saying that to those voters, because I would love to hear that statement.
Right.
In hindsight, any regrets?
No, I really don't.
So no regrets. In fact, even after your anger had cooled, you were still bragging that if he'd only been brave enough to stand up, you'd have jumped over the dais and taught him a lesson, because that's how men should settle their differences.
I mean, yeah.
Fighting,
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you understand what Rand Paul's point here is. You're supposed to be the head of DHS.
You need to hold yourself to you should have some decorum. I agree with that.
The chat keeps telling me here that he was an MMA fighter. So
okay. But yeah, so he just said that statement because he said that he saw the way Rand Paul voted against Republicans votes, and it aggravated him. He was questioned at an Oklahoma event during the election, and he said he understood why he got beat up by his neighbor.
It's pretty funny, right?
Yeah. And then when questioned about it by Rand Paul, he said it to his face. So, I mean, I don't see where you're owed an apology, Rand. So, I mean, this video is hilarious. But also, Mullen, I get the tough guy shtick, but you're in Congress, man. Chill out.
Yes.
Dial it back a hair.
You're not a bar.
Yeah.
You're not even like standing at a party with some friends. You're like in Congress.
Yeah, be professional, please, a little bit. And if you feel like it does progress to that point, then understand. I don't dissuade someone from saying, "Hey, I think we need to get this out of our system and go fight." But like at the same time, you're literally in Congress. Kind of chill out, bro.
Like maybe to wait till you get outside Congress.
Yeah, and say something to him.
Yeah,
and
like,
if you need
to, come, let's go.
Yeah,
2 consenting adults. Let's do it. Let's go. Yeah. It would have been better that way. Even if there were cameras, it would have been better that way. And please come. Hey. And both are like, no, we consent. Back off. Which the police should allow, I would say.
But for him to say, "Hey, I get why you got assaulted by your neighbor just because you vote against us," I'm like, well, that doesn't correlate. Like, is he just I need you to say he's an asshole. That's all I need you to do. Just say that word, and I'll be like, okay, I get it, because I can see Rand Paul being a pretentious asshole.
Yeah. So. Well, let's hear more. Let's hear Mullen's response.
as a resolution for political differences, a good example for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol.
As you can notice over my shoulder here is my good friend Sean O'Brien. Both of us have had conversations. Both of us have shaken hands, and both of us agreed we could have done things different. Sean is someone that has become a close friend. We talk all the time. I've been on his podcast. We've talked through this. That's how you handle your differences.
You don't go into Congress and just start whining like a little petty biatch. Like, hey, you never apologized to me. That's the guy. This guy behind him is the guy he was yelling at him. Come on, let's go. That he said he would have jumped over Davis to kick his ass. That's this guy here.
Yeah.
So that's
what was Sean O'Brien again? Because we watched that when it first happened. What was he in Congress for?
I don't know. I don't know anything. I think why was he there on that occasion?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember. That's this guy here who he was like yelling at. So like this yeah, so he's basically O'Brien showing up here really helps him in this moment. In other words, 3 minutes ago we saw this guy. This is the guy he was yelling at, saying, and now he's saying like, "Hey, this Sean O'Brien sing over my shoulder."
Because Sean O'Brien's the head of the Teamsters, by the way.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's like, "Look, we be able to like sort our differences. And sometimes it might take blows, and then you'll sort your differences afterwards. You know, just because you have a fist fight with someone doesn't mean you're never gonna be friends.
Yeah, I mean, I've been into fights with a lot of my friends. We disagreed.
Yeah,
and that's no big deal.
Yeah,
we could have done things different. Sean is someone that has become a close friend. We talk all the time. I've been on his podcast. We've talked through this.
We bake
That's
out.
how you handle your differences. Not like this, Chairman.
nice. I think Mullen's winning.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mullen's starting to turn me around a little bit.
Yeah.
Rand Paul handled this very, very poorly.
No. I like how every time you say Rand Paul's name, it sounds like you're saying grandpa.
It's the Southern thing, okay?
It really every time
I
the first
can't
time I
help it.
first hear grandpa,
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if this closed caption thing, it doesn't come out as grandpa. Like if I clip this moment, like
the closed caption, yeah.
The closed caption is gonna say, yeah, grandpa didn't handle it. Because
I'd say it Rand Paul. Yeah, I get it. Okay. All right. Okay. Make fun of the Southern guy. Why don't we do that? Why don't everybody bully the Southern guy for having a Southern draw every once in a while, for the love of God.
So but basically you're saying that you think grandpa's a whiny bitch.
At this point, yeah. Definitely at this point.
I'm glad you guys are friends now and that you've reconciled. But really, it doesn't get to the real point whether or not you think violence.
You
is
still
the way to
haven't
settle
said you're
things.
sorry.
In the days after the fight, you said, and I quote, sometimes people just need to be punched in the face. Is that still your opinion that political disputes can sometimes and often only be resolved by violence?
No, I don't always agree with that. I don't believe in political violence. I've made that very clear. But sometimes people do need, theoretically speaking, sir, I get it.
I mean, there's been what, like 70 incidents and like duels throughout the history of Congress. Like we literally had congressmen dueling each other at one time. So like, okay. But that little snarky girly remark you just made, yes, since it happened to me. Like, Rand, you're losing points by the minute with me, bro.
Seriously.
Come on. Just fight him. Just fight him already. Challenge him to a fight.
That's what you should do. You should have stood
That's
up.
literally what I would do. I'd be like, you're so damn tough. Let's you and me go fight. You want to do that so bad. Let's go out here. Let's duel.
But I think maybe that's what Grandpa wants. I think Grandpa wants him to.
Is that what Grandpa wants? That's what Grandpa wants. I'm going to be very hyper focused on saying that name from now on. Thanks. He's now giving me like a form of Tourette's. You jerk.
This game is played. I understand it. And you are making this about you, which is fine, but that doesn't keep me as Secretary of Homeland Security.
Assassination when you were the one lauding the assault. Who do you think started that character assassination? I'm just repeating what you have done in character assassination. I'm repeating your support for the assault. So that's somehow something I started?
No, sir. What I'm saying is you're adding a lot to it.
Yes.
You're still
Streisand affecting
how
it right
old
now.
effect? Yeah. How long ago was his comment?
Let me go look.
In that article you had.
There was no article. Like there's no articles written about it. It's all everything from recent. So yeah, it doesn't give an actual date. So because everything pulls up to now, it just discusses the incident in 2017 between Paul and his neighbor. I didn't want to use Grok. You know,
hey, Grok.
Whatever.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, quick question for you. The fight between Rand Paul and Mark Wayne Mullen, when did that originate?
Let me check that class real quick. The beef between Rand Paul and Mark Wayne Mullen kicked off back in February, specifically around mid-February 2026, when Mullen called Paul a freaking snake at a town hall-style event with constituents in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yep.
It was over Paul's push
In
to
the
cut
days after
$5 billion in refugee welfare funding from a big appropriations bill. Mullen thought it'd tank the whole thing and cause a shutdown, so he blasted Paul for grandstanding. And yeah, he threw in that he understood completely why Paul's neighbor attacked him back in 2017, which Paul took as basically justifying the assault. That simmered until Mullen's...
Okay, so saying it 7 years after the fact, to me, makes it much less of a thing. It's like
Yeah, it does.
years after the fact.
You want the direct quote? I just found the direct quote.
Yeah.
I respect Bernie Sanders because he's an open socialist, and you know that he's a communist, so you know what you're getting. Rand Paul's a freaking snake, and I understand completely why his neighbor did what he did. And I told him that to his face. It stirred people like Cheryl, who don't know the backstory. And then the night Rand sends out a fundraising letter on it, it's a gimmick. So that's what he said.
Right. So there you go. Yeah, he is, and that's why he's whining about it. It's a gimmick. It's like, I want to remind everyone what you did and how much I hate you and that you're a bad man. And yeah.
You did many interviews in which you justified the violence as historically justified by precedents, such as.
So he's still pissy about it because it just happened a month ago.
Is it today your opinion that the caning of Charles Sumner was not only
I was going to bring that up, actually.
Still for resolving our political differences with violence?
What I was simply pointing out is some of the rules that still apply to this body. For instance, dueling with 2 consenting adults is still there. I was pointing out what is still
illegal for 100.
It's legal in tons of places, man. You can still legally duel people.
What?
Yeah.
It can't be. Okay. Now we're gonna.
I'm pretty sure that like Texas has it. Pretty positive.
Hey, Grok.
I could be wrong. I am retarded.
Hey, what's on your mind?
Hey.
Tell me anywhere in the country that right now it is legal for 2 consenting adults to decide to have a duel.
Checking duels real quick. Sounds wild.
I know you can do mutual combat. I don't know if that involves guns.
Nowhere in the U.S. right now lets 2 consenting.
You're a liar, Grok. You're making me look stupid.
Pistols or swords, even if they both agree. Classic deadly duels, illegal everywhere, consent or not. It's murder or aggravated assault if someone dies or gets maimed. The closest thing is mutual combat in Texas and Washington, basically fistfights to settle beefs. But here's the catch. Texas, you can argue consent as a defense to assault charges, unless it causes serious bodily injury. No weapons allowed. Think bare-knuckle brawls, not guns. Police might watch, but it's not required. Washington, similar vibe. Cops have to referee, stop it when one's clearly winning, and keep bystanders safe. Again, no lethal stuff. It's fists, not firearms. So yeah, if you're picturing Hamilton-style honor duels, that's fantasy. Stick to words, or maybe a boxing gym.
When is the last time it was legal to have a duel in America?
Checking when duels were last legal in the U.S. The last time a duel was arguably legal, or at least not outright banned everywhere, was before September 13th, 1859, when U.S. Senator David Broderick and California Supreme Court Chief Justice David Terry faced off near Lake Merced in San Francisco.
I remember that.
Broderick. Yeah, I bet you do. You were a young Good Logic then.
But it made all the papers. Yeah. And I know that like Grok is a really smart retard.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trusting them on this one.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, mutual combat though. You'd still do
70
that.
years. There's no precedent for legal dueling. Even then, they fled the country. Do you realize that the man that beat Charles Sumner with a cane, he beat him till he was unconscious? You know why no senators intervened? Because his friend held a gun on the other senators, and he kept beating him until he crushed his skull. That's what you're insinuating is the precedent of the Senate, and that's what you live by. That is a very, very dangerous sentiment.
Well, there you go. So that was the...
After a half a dozen victory lap interviews where you pointed out that the union guy was just lucky that fear kept him from standing up, Dana Bash asked you if you have any regrets about bringing violence to a Senate committee, and you replied that you have no regrets. Today you've said you have no regrets about being happy, being completely understanding why I was attacked from behind.
He said it 8 years after the fact when you were being a douche. Like, just stop it. Just stop it. Seriously. I know for you it was, it was a painful thing, but no one's going to sit there saying, oh, now it's okay to break people's ribs. Just stop it. You're a child.
You had no regrets about, instigating a brawl.
If Rand Paul was laying in a hospital when he said it, I'd be like, yeah, you're kind of a jerk for saying that,
In a Senate committee hearing, are those still your opinions?
Mr. Chairman, you're going to have your opinion. I'm going to have mine. As Secretary of Homeland Security, I'm going to bring peace of mind and security to this country, and I'm going to stay laser focused on that.
Senator Peters.
Oops, definitely didn't mean to do that. All right, so there you go. So, upshot of it all, he has been confirmed. I'm supporting it. I'm happy.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't like Mullen's. Something about Mullen does kind of, there's something that sticks in my craw a little bit with him. I can't quite put my finger on it, but Rand Paul's whole little, but like, seriously, you were so mean to me. Made me choose Mullen over.
Yeah. Again, in case you joined late, for those of you who joined late, wow, Joe's still going.
Yeah, you got another 2 hours of this, guys.
No.
12 hours of this. An eternity. An eternity of Joe Neerman is in front of you.
At least. Yeah. So I'm catching up. This is basically stuff that I've been meaning to talk about for the last couple of days. I have 40 more links or so. I don't think I'm going to make it through all of them, but I'm working through them. And it might not be quite as fluid as normal because I'm just sort of reviewing as I'm talking here, like what it is I'm talking about. But yeah, this is a brand new show that we just started about 50 minutes ago. It's just, for some of you, it might not feel that way, but I got good news for you. I know you're going to be happy about. Probably some folks in my audience are going to be happy about this also. That Antifa was finally convicted of a crime.
Yay!
Yeah.
Let's draw and quarter them now.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't hear anything about that. Wait, I mean, how is Antifa? I thought Antifa was just an idea, Joe. How was Antifa found?
An Antifa cell. All nine defendants.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Who shot who shot an ICE agent in July, found guilty.
Several suspects are now in custody after a Texas police officer was shot in the neck while responding to a call outside.
This report you're seeing here is from July 2025.
An ICE facility. So it happened in Alvarado, which is near Fort Worth. This was over the holiday weekend, and Jonathan Hunt is following this story for us. Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning, Dana. This all played out in the late evening of July 4th outside the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado. Police officers responded to a call about a suspicious person outside the center. When they arrived, they saw someone who appeared to have a gun. One of the Alvarado officers tried to talk to that person, and at that point, several other people opened fire on the officer, who was hit in the neck. He was treated at a local hospital and has since been released. Officers arrested a number of people at the scene. A motive for the attack is still being investigated, but the Department of Homeland Security said a group of more than a dozen people had slashed tires of federal vehicles and damaged security cameras at the ICE facility. There was also another attack on an ICE facility in Portland, Oregon, Friday night, a facility that is...
You remember these attacks in the summer?
Yes.
All right. Well, anyhow, that was... trying to get out. See how I'm trying to get out of full screen here? Let's get out of full screen.
Come on now. What are you doing? Brock, how does Joe stop being a boomer?
Breaking, all 9 members of an Antifa cell in Texas have just been found guilty of terrorism charges brought by the DOJ. Not just murder, but terrorism, that's what you really want to get them on, right? Per Andy No. This is huge. It's the first terrorism trial against Antifa members in U.S. history. A precedent has been set. Terrorist ambush ICE agents at the detention center in Alvarado. Pure terrorism. And the FBI, DOJ, and federal grand jury of 12 all agreed. First time ever, the FBI arrested Antifa-aligned anarchist, violent extremists, and terrorism charges have been brought for the July 4th Prairieland ICE attack in Texas. Director Kesh Patel said, jurors found defendants guilty of providing material support to terrorists, rioting, conspiracy to carry explosives, and carrying explosives. It's important, the terrorism label, because this way you get everyone, not just the shooter. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to start getting these people on terrorist charges. Many of them will now rot in prison. Much deserved. We need much more of this. Well done, Pam Bondi. And that is actually probably I would label this her biggest win as Attorney General.
Finally, we get a win from her. Good job. Way to go, Pam. I'm proud of you.
No, this is not nothing to sneeze at, because now
no, I don't. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and it's a huge win for her. It's a huge win. So anyway, yeah. Oh, I mentioned to you. I should have covered this earlier. You see, I didn't get to organize my tabs. This is what I was afraid of. This is why when Mito was like, here's $200 to do a show, I was like, all right, I'll do a second show. But like my links that I have all set up here, I always organize them. I sort of throw them out there and then I'll organize them afterwards. Can we pretend I was just talking about the whole TSA thing? Because I wanted to share. Remember I was talking about like how ICE was in there and they basically fixed the whole TSA problem?
Yeah, I remember that.
I just wanted to show you like the reaction of the folks who are actually dealing with it. Because this is a beautiful thing to see. Tonight's show is all about nice things happening amongst MAGA. No more fractures or fighting or stuff like that. This is just good times all around. Other than Rand Paul whining, but he's not MAGA.
Like a crybaby bitch.
Like a crybaby.
As long as they don't bother anybody, I'm okay. I was concerned about people. So they're not bothering us. Let's get it done.
I like that they're here. I think that it's allowing us to move and get to where we need to go.
It's kind of scary in a sense because you don't know what to expect with ICE.
As long as they can help us move a little bit faster, maybe they can take some of the work off the TSA agents as far as, general security. I'm all for it.
This comes after days.
That's what the lines were like.
Up to 5 hours in security lines wrapped around baggage claim, even starting outside. Travelers are frustrated, anxious. Many are missing flights.
Can you imagine being stuck there?
They want to know when.
Yeah, I'd just take a car. And if I had to go over water, I just wouldn't go.
Can you just imagine? Like, who shows up to an airport 5 hours early? No one does. So you show up and it's like, you're screwed now. Like, I told you my story about when I was leaving Israel, right?
Yes.
So you heard my airport story.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I believe we told that months ago, but I'm sure people in the audience haven't all heard it. Go ahead and tell it. You really want to tell it? I think you should tell the story.
No, I don't.
Go ahead and tell the story.
No, I'm only telling the
story.
There's
no TSA people there, so just tell the story. It's gonna. We're talking about airports, and you look like a gentleman that really wants to tell the story. So tell the
story. I'm not telling this story. I told it over already. I'm not doing it again.
All right then. Okay.
I don't run the same gag twice. What's so funny?
No, I'm just saying you don't run the same gag twice. I thought it was humorous. Okay, I just you've never done that before. It's funny. Me. Before we go into the next topic, Joe, I do have to go, man. I appreciate it. Running the second show. Good luck on the second half of that.
If you share your links with me, I want you to tell people where they can find you and share a link with me so I can throw it up here for people who are not here, and you can pin it in the chat also.
It won't let me pin it for some reason. I don't know why.
You should be able to pin.
Yeah, I tried to earlier. I know you made me a high end mod, but I tried to. It wouldn't let me. I don't know why. But yeah, chat. I am the host of FFS Cast. on the YouTubes. I'm also on Twitter at Ambient Aristotle. I would love if you would follow me there. I want to try to get that over 1,200 people. We're currently pushing 600, so that's great. We do a lot of fun stuff. We do cover current topics, locales, and funny people on the internet that are really big mad at me and my co-hosts. And so come by, come say hi. If you don't like it, that's fine. You could just tell other people to like it. You could just subscribe because we're trying to get to 1,000. We are 130 away. And for everybody that has liked and subscribed so far, thank you so much. It's been a blessing. It really, really has. And I am going to start doing some solo political shows. And I might invite Joe on there and let him discuss things that are on my terms and my topics and put him in the hot seat. So
yeah, and I will tell you this. Next week he's not coming on Wednesday. He's coming a different night. That remains to be determined when I should tell you that. But basically, he's coming on next week. I'm not going to be having a show on Wednesday. It's going to be the Jewish holiday of Passover. So Wednesday and Thursday next week, I'm not going to be streaming. But he will pop in here for a show next week, and you're just going to have to stay tuned to find him, I guess. Right?
Yeah, you got to watch. If you don't, you'll miss it.
You're definitely. How will you ever forgive yourself?
If you miss a good Joe Sin show, right? Like I'm telling you, they're a lot of fun, and I love being here in chat. Y'all have been so great to me. I truly appreciate it. Joe, have a great night. I'll be in the chat, buddy.
Take care, my friend.
All right, see ya.
All right. As I just add up on the. I do this sometimes also, by the way. After I leave a show, I'll hang out in the chat there for a little bit. I don't know why it is that it's something that it feels good to do. You wouldn't think that it is, because sometimes you're just sort of like, I'm tired of talking. I'm tired of having to think of making conversation. I just want to sit back, relax, enjoy. So I'm gonna, we'll let the dulcet tones here hopefully put Sin to bed. As I update my description here with my little find Sin here. And I'll post it in the chat also, so that those of you who want to be able to find him can find him at FFScast, which is, I still don't know what it stands for. I thought I knew. I don't remember. Once he told me, I can't even imagine. If I tried coming up with like some sort of acronym, I could think for like a year without coming up with anything that FFS could possibly stand for. Just because I don't know the lingo you kids use these days. I just don't know the lingo. I'm not familiar. Uzelian says, so what I'm hearing from the story from Sin was telling he had a great first date. Sin next time. That's funny. He's talking his story about how some meth head was running around in his shirt. Great first date. So next time, make sure she stays in bed. Joe, the best part is they're just handing out waters and directing people. Also, DFW was fine. It was others in Texas. Atlanta always sucks. Frog D *****. Also, so I'm here. This came in twice. I don't know why, but I don't want to miss any more Uzelian super chats. I'm going to feel like a schmuck. So I'm glad I caught those. I'm glad I caught that. That would have been bad if I missed it. I do have some excellent news for you all, and that is Stephen Miller pummeling the fake news in front of a packed crowd. You have to listen to what he rolls off his tongue here. This is astonishing. You want to hear what a job your president has been doing? This is the president that the woke right loves to say, he betrayed us. He betrayed us. Oh, we've been so betrayed by Donald Trump. Let's hear Stephen Miller break down some numbers for you.
Discrimination has achieved something that if you had predicted it 15 months ago, people would have said it was impossible. If you had said 15 months ago that we would achieve the lowest national murder rate, not in 5 years or 10 years or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40, but in 125 years, nobody would have believed it possible. And President Trump did exactly that, and it is a miracle. Just think about this for a second. Under President Trump's leadership, the largest reduction in murders in American history, the largest reduction in violent crime in American history, the largest reduction in drug overdose deaths in American history, the largest reduction in fentanyl in American history, the largest reduction in illegal immigration in American history, and the largest number of criminals arrested, removed, or deported in American history, all done in 1 year. Right? If I would just say this, if we had an honest media in this country, the statistics I just gave you would be 24/7 on the news.
Yeah.
Nobody could have ever predicted such an achievement would be possible. The second thing.
And yet the woke crowd, like, he's not doing anything he promised. He broke all his promises to us. He broke all his promises. You know, we're talking about how Democrats were fighting against funding DHS. You know what it's going to take for them to fund DHS? You know what they're insisting on? You know why DHS can't and TSA can't have any money? No, you want to know why that is? Oh, why is there 5-hour delays that we need to have ICE there? Well, Hakeem Jeffries tells you what the key for the Democrats is. This is why this party is deep underwater. The latest Harry Enton poll I saw said Democrats are negative 55%, the lowest they've ever been in history. It's because they have a leader, they have a House Majority Leader who says idiocy like this moron.
People, it's the reason why we are in a DHS shutdown.
And this is not AI. You would think it's AI, just how stupid their position is. It's not AI. This is just your Democrats right here.
Right now, because Republicans have refused to agree to the type of bold, transformative, meaningful, and dramatic reforms we are demanding in order for the Department of Homeland Security funding bill to move forward. And I won't go through all of the demands, much of which we've talked about repeatedly in the public. But one of those demands is keep ICE out of sensitive locations. And we've defined that as schools, houses of worship, hospitals, and polling sites. We want an explicit prohibition that ICE can go nowhere near any polling sites in the United States of America. It's one of our people. It's the reason why we are in a
nowhere near polling sites anywhere in America. That's what it is. Nowhere near. Because we know we're going to have a lot of illegal aliens there. Nowhere near. Nowhere. Yes. Why? Why would they be so concerned about that? Unless they literally know that that ICE will have a field day at polling sites. All they're telling us is ICE should be stationed there by the poll workers. They should be incognito, just polling people. It should be something that the left. If the left on election day is not calling ICE's presence there an utter fiasco, ICE has not done its job. I'll tell you right now. I will say this one more time. They're telling us that they know illegal aliens are showing up at polling places. That's what they're telling us. They're so terrified that this will hurt their turnout and that they will lose. Clearly, they are terrified that many of these polling places, and let's face it, what are they really worried about? It's a midterm. What are they really worried about? It's this dude over here. You know what he's worried about? He's worried about the purple district areas, sort of on the border of being in the city, out of the city. See, he's worried about the purple district areas in Texas. He's worried about the purple district areas in California. Because this is not a federal election where his housemates are going to run every 2 years. They need to win their elections. And when you have places, really less so in Texas, much more so in California. He's worried they're going to lose seats in California because ICE is going to show up there and people will be like, I'm an illegal alien. I'm not coming there. So that they're not going to get a turnout. Because they know in California, no one's checking anything. So they can have tons of illegal aliens there. So that's what this is. This what this entire thing is about. It's that they know that they are stealing seats by having illegals vote in areas like California and the West Coast in general, where no one's checking out anything about what illegals are coming, and it's like anyone gets a free for all with who's voting. So they want to know that they can have illegals show up at the polls, and that's why I say this: if you're the head of ICE, if you're Mark Wayne Mullen, you should be like, no. This is where they're going to be stationed. I want to see news report after news report. I want to hear Hakeem Jeffries screaming like a lunatic how outrageous it is that people are being arrested by polling booths for being illegal aliens. That's what we. And if we don't hear them screaming, it means we haven't been hitting the polling booths hard enough. Because if we're hitting them, they will scream. I want to hear them squealing. I don't know. How's FEMA doing the Hawaii floods? Yeah, crickets. I don't know. So I'm calling this the good news show because, let's face it, you probably want good news. Who doesn't want good news? Everyone wants good news. Here is here's Anna Polina Luna giving us good news because that's what she does.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luna.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Honorable Robbins, based on your record before your committee, when did Governor Walz first become aware of widespread fraud in Minnesota social service programs?
I would assume that he has been aware of it since he ran for office for governor in 2018.
By 2017, DHS investigators warned CCAP fraud could exceed 50%. What was that information elevated to the governor's office?
Yes, there was an OLA report.
Thank you, ma'am.
So Walz knew.
By 2020, state officials knew feeding our future invoices were fraudulent. We know that payments continued to the AG's knowledge. Did they continue to the governor's knowledge as well?
So Keith Ellison, Attorney General of Minnesota, knew. Did Tim Walz know?
Yes.
Attorney General Ellison agreed on tape to fight Minnesota's own Department of Human and Health Services in exchange for Somali political and financial support. In your personal opinion, do you believe it is a possibility that Governor Walz also made that personal deal, or that he at least knew about the Attorney General's agreement?
We all heard of the tape. I played it for you here, the taped conversation. Keith Ellison talking to folks here and basically saying, did I play the tape here? You guys tell me, did I play the tape for you? I meant to play it. I heard it. Did I play it for you? You probably would want to hear it. I think I did. I'm going to have to go do some research. I'm going to have to look into my own history here. I did. All right. Good. Fine. All right. Thank you. I knew I had heard it at least once. I remember hearing it during my research. I just don't remember playing it on air for you. So, yeah. Keith Ellison basically making all sorts of promises, like how he's going to take care of things. And the next thing you know, for these illegal aliens who are looking to get funding, and the next thing you know that they were being hassled, I think, and he gets a donation, and things just work out for them.
I don't know.
Okay. I don't want to rehash what you guys have spent hours answering. We know that there's a big issue with the fraud in Minnesota. So on a number of things, I'd first like to point out, thank you for being here today. But because of your testimony and because of some of the evidence that we've seen brought forward, as well as I'm sure the fact that this committee, I assume, at Chairman Comer's direction, will be soon subpoenaing AG Ellison, I would like to make criminal referrals regarding Governor Walz as well as AG Ellison. As you know, U.S. Code 371 and U.S. Code 2, which deals with criminalized conspiracies to defraud the United States and establishes liability for individuals who knowingly aid or abet the commission of federal offense, includes willful blindness or deliberate inaction where duties to act exists. So I will be referring them later on today.
A congressional criminal referral for Tim Walz and Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. Nice. You want to see my response to that? We're here, so I might as well share with you. We're all confident that Pam Bondi will get right on that. Sarcasm doesn't always play so well. Sarcasm does not always play so well on Twitter. So I figured you guys probably would understand it better. That's why I figured I should share it with you. And more for you that we may see trouble a-brewing. This probably would have been my lead story. Trouble a-brewing for Adam Schiff. That's right. That Adam Schiff. Yes. Popularly referred to as Schiff for Brains by President Trump. That Adam Schiff. So Adam Schiff, it seems that he had a very active relationship with the whistleblower. Remember during the first impeachment that there was a whole whistleblower thing? It seems as if he broke certain protocols and may have broken the law.
It doesn't get much more serious than that.
This is Turley, I've lost my mind for a second. Jonathan Turley, that's what his name is. See, mine came back. This is Jonathan Turley, who is a popular constitutional legal analyst, breaking down the potential jeopardy that Adam Schiff is facing.
The chairman of the House Intel Committee doesn't have declassification authority over these types of documents.
That he declassified. Well, let's see if we. A high-level Democrat whistleblower just blew little one of the biggest political scandals in U.S. history. Adam Schiff personally authorized and directed his team to leak classified intelligence to hurt Trump during the height of the Russiagate hoax.
They are made available to Congress under very tightly controlled rules. This has been a source of tension for years. And members of both parties have gone out of their way to assure that this material would be closely held and not weaponized. Schiff was viewed as one of the most political chairs of that committee in its history. And this is a truly chilling account, if true. Now, when I first read it, frankly, I was taken aback because it's perfectly moronic to commit such a felony with a planning conference meeting with staff. That's not usually how things are leaked in.
Because you feel like maybe the staff, one of them is going to rat me out.
In Washington, D.C. What makes this different, Will, is that this was a statement made to FBI agents. The person who made this statement was no doubt aware that lying to FBI agents is not just a crime, but a crime.
Meaning a whistleblower, someone who was part of his staff, came forward to the FBI and said he told us he's going to leak. That's really serious. He's basically saying Schiff committed a crime. This is another one Pam Bondi's going to be all over. She's going to be a busy girl.
Crime that was repeatedly prosecuted during prior administrations, including the Obama and Biden administrations.
Right.
So making this statement puts you at risk. That's why someone's lying here.
The point being, the guy who came to the FBI, or woman, I don't know, but the person who came to the FBI, the former staffer who came to the FBI and said, this is what he told us, if they're either telling the truth or they're lying, and if they're lying, they're committing a crime. Schiff says they're lying. This person who went to the FBI is saying Schiff is lying. Clearly one of them is lying, and whoever the liar is committing a felony.
And someone's a felon.
Okay, well, let's just for a moment hypothetically take this whistleblower at their word. Let's assume for a moment that it's true, Professor. What kind of punishment follows for leaking classified information.
10 years.
Well, this is a very significant punishment. You can have, in addition to having multiple counts, you can easily go 10 years in terms of sentence, if not more, depending on the circumstances and the number of violations. Each of these leaks is an individual violation. Each of these documents would likely be charged as a violation. That type of count stack.
Can you imagine if we had a real prosecutor, how excited we would be right now for this? This is where Pam Bondi has really disheartened MAGA. It really has.
Is precisely what Mueller and others did. Remember, these are these are very similar to the types of claims made against Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago, that he removed material and improperly stored them. There were also allegations that he might have revealed them to third parties. But this is much more serious in one sense. Trump was accused of negligence in most of these counts. This would be a premeditated criminal act to release classified information to damage one's political opponent.
Sadly, I'm not buying a pool in Atlantis, and I don't have confidence in Pam Bondi. I don't know. I don't think she's going after Schiff or Ellison or Walls or any of them. I don't know why the hell she's still there. Okay? All right? You will not hear me defend Pam Bondi on anything until she gets one of these criminal politicians convicted. This is just insanity. It's terrible. It's just an embarrassment. It's humiliating. I have a story here that I don't want to cover.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luna.
This we covered already. This we just covered. And now let's go here. Oh, this is a good time. Let's talk about the Save America Act. Because I did make reference to it in the first show. So let's talk about the Save America Act. Let me pull those links out. Give me like 30 seconds to get like. Let me pull this out here. I want to get this all. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, let's talk about what's going on with the Save America Act. Where's my? So this was a couple days ago. We'll start here though, because we'll go in orders. We'll go in chronological order here. So this was breaking a couple days ago. Donald Trump posted a video of this young man exposing 7 rhinos stopping the SAVE Act from getting passed. Tom Tillis, Todd Young, Jerry Moran, Susan Collins, Chuck Grassley, Lisa Murkowski, and Mitch McConnell. Time to get loud, MAGA. Do you firmly support this? Huge yes. No. Do you think I should be should I be calling Congress now? I can call them now. I don't care. I'll call them now. This is the video that Trump shared.
Republicans that are unfortunately fighting against the SAVE Act. There's a uniparty, guys, that we're about to expose. That's why I love it. Kash Patel is on it. The whole MAGA party is on it. He said, unfortunately, there are 8 Republican senators implacably opposed to passing the voter integrity law as it would require ending the filibuster. Okay? I want to give you those names. Okay? Here are the 8 names. Okay? Based on current discussions, reports circulating through them all, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, Mitch McConnell, there's no surprise there, Tom Tillis, Todd Young, Chuck Grassley, and Jerry Moran. These are the ones that reportedly are the ones opposing passing the voting integrity law. Can you see this right here, guys? Again, it matters to know the receipts. It matters to know who they are. It matters to know what's happening behind the scenes, because everything that's happening in Congress, it's only happening because we are draining the swamp right now. We're exposing all the names. Here are the names again. We're draining the swamp. We're making sure that people know the truth of why things are not getting done in the Senate. Everybody's like, well, why aren't they doing it in the Senate? Why aren't they passing the voter ID law? They've already done it in the House. Well, guess what? When you've got 8 Republicans that won't
Rand
do
Paul's
what they
on
need to
this
do to pass-
list. See, I wonder why there's 8 names and they said 7 names. Rand Paul's on this list.
That's where we are constantly fighting all of this internal.
Rand Paul. You see, Rand Paul is not on the list that was printed here because some people are strangely protective of Rand Paul. See how Rand Paul's not listed here?
8 Republicans.
Why did you? Don't talk to me about the typing. The typing is this. I got like a specifically silent thing here. I can't help it if I got strong fingers. I can't help it. I'm a man, right? I got strong fingers. That's just the way it's going to go. Close out. All right. Also, Senator Mike Lee tells John Thune and other senators, no, the Save America Act cannot be passed with reconciliation. I said the same thing. Mike Lee is like my spirit animal, which was floated because it only needs 50 votes. The people are saying can pass through budget reconciliation. That's crap. And he's going to spell out why.
A lot of things that can be passed through a Senate procedure. There are a lot of things that can be passed through a Senate procedure known as budget reconciliation, through which we can pass things with a simple majority vote.
This is not one of them.
The Save America Act isn't one of those things.
Also, we shouldn't be having to pay $500 billion to get this thing passed.
It can't pass through budget reconciliation because it's a policy. It is not budgetary, and even if you attach money to it, there are things at the margins we could do to help facilitate compliance with it. But the restrictions themselves have basically zero chance of meeting the standard to pass through budget reconciliation. So look, regardless, there are other reasons out there to do budget reconciliation. Do not be fooled into thinking that we can set down the Save America Act, and just pick it up on budget reconciliation. That's not going to work.
That's crap. There's no chance that will happen. Not zero chance that will happen. Let me explain to you the numerous reasons that will not happen. The numerous reasons that will not happen. Okay? I'm gonna get real with you for a moment here. This is what you need to understand about the Save America Act getting through the Senate. Why can it not work the way John Thune knows this? He knows this. You think this is the first time someone has thought, oh, if we throw in some spending here, we can just slap this in also. No. First and foremost, whenever something comes through as a proposed budget bill, which doesn't require having the filibuster, can pass with a simple majority. In case you might be completely unfamiliar with the way the Senate works, let me just explain to you. The filibuster, which used to be 2/3, is now 60% of Congress, or 60% of the Senate, or 60 senators, which was designed to further enhance debate. Because they can never pass a budget, they said, we're going to make an exception that if we get a simple majority with respect to a budget reconciliation, a budget bill, That's something that you can pass with a simple majority, because otherwise we'll just never be able to pass a budget, because there's so much obstruction going on in Congress that you'll have one side deadlocked against the other side, and you never have. It's almost rare that you have one side that has 60 senators. So they made that as an exception to what they call the filibuster. But the filibuster itself is not like you need to have 60 votes at the time that you're voting on the bill. No, it's a common mistake that a lot of people make. It's that in order to have that final vote, are we passing this or not? You need to first go through a debate phase, and then ultimately you need to invoke cloture. What does the term invoke cloture mean? It means we're officially signaling an end is coming to debate time, and that at the end of this time, irrespective, you get your last words in and you have, I think, 30 hours or something like that, whatever it is. But we're invoking cloture, and then after you need 60 votes to invoke cloture and say we're wrapping up debate time. Now, you don't need that for a budget. You don't need to invoke cloture here. That's not necessary. The reason you don't need to invoke cloture is because an earlier form of this bill already passed through the Senate. It's been revised, so it has to be reapproved. But you don't need to have it invoke cloture. All you need to do is basically have a standing filibuster. That should work. That should work. But they don't want to do that, because the new tradition of the Senate is that we don't have a standing filibuster. We have a zombie filibuster. You say, we hereby invoke filibuster, even if we're not talking. You have to respect that. This is a stupid new thing that our lazy Senate came up with a few years back in order to avoid having to stand there and actually talk and debate, because it's tiring to talk. No, people don't want to talk so long. Now, and what John Thune, who is this guy over here on the right, John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, he can basically say, we're going to have a standing filibuster. He refuses to just say that. That's all he's got to do. And when you're saying we're going to have a standing filibuster, what that really means is we're strictly applying the two-speech rule. You have to be speaking. If you're not speaking, you're done. And if you speak twice, you're done. That's all you got to do. That's all he has to do. But he doesn't want it to pass. It's not those 8 who are the problem. It's John Thune who's the problem. Now, he might say, in order to change the rules, we need to have 50 votes on it. And maybe these people are standing in its way. I don't know about that. But what about trying to slap in that we're going to add money into it and make this a budget reconciliation? Then we can have only 50 votes and you can avoid this whole thing also. Here's the problems with that. First and foremost, that means you have to be spending a lot of money on some projects you don't really need right now. But I guess you can have but basically the primary effect of the bill has to be about budget. Who makes that determination? A person, a woman whose title is the parliamentarian, just looks at the bill and says, what is the essence of this bill? And if the essence of this bill is about budget, in that case, we're going to apply the budgetary rules. If I don't deem it to be, in essence, about the budget, we are not going to apply the budgetary rules. And she has been known, specifically with respect to MAGA objectives, to basically say, no, this is not a budgetary matter. So, no. They're going to waste all this time and try and do this and let's create a whole new budget, potentially waste billions of dollars of your money so we can make this a budgetary thing and then sidevert this instead of just saying we're having a standing filibuster. This is John Thune being weak, inept, and frankly, at a certain point, we have to start asking, how corrupt is this guy? To quote someone I don't ever want to quote, I'm just asking questions. Why the hell would you not do this? I don't get it. I don't understand it. What's going on with you, John? What the hell are you doing as leader of the Senate? You can't get 50 senators behind you? What is wrong with you? Or you're not bothering to do it? But there's something here, because you just need to start shaming these people. Say, here's something that 85% of the country, 90% of the country wants. Even 85% Democrats want. And you want to sit here and you can't get this thing passed? You suck. You're useless. You're worse than useless. You're standing in the way. So, yeah, A, if it did work, it would be costing us a ton of money. And B, it won't work anyway because the parliamentarian is going to say, nah, this is about voting. This is not about the budgets. So I'm rejecting this as being a budgetary thing. Meanwhile, what you need to appreciate is the Save America Act is not something you could just start applying in September. You can't do it months from now. It's already late now. We already hear from Lisa Murkowski saying, hey, I don't know how I'm going to affect all these changes in Alaska to be compliant in 2026. I don't know how I'm going to actually set stuff up. They have to send out ballots, decide who they're mailing ballots to. You're changing all the rules for them. She's pretending or claiming or whatever it is that she's not going to have enough time to actually effectuate all this. Well, if you end up wasting a month, 2 months dealing with this whole stupid budgetary thing, and then you're like, oh, parliamentarian said no. Oh, no. What do we do now? Now you're looking at June trying to pass this. It'll never pass in June. It's not going to happen. So they're wheedling out the clock, because this is I'm going to tell you what's really happening here. They're wheedling out the clock because they basically feel like at a certain point they'll be like, well, it's too close to the election. We can't make such drastic changes so close to the election. That's what we're ultimately going to hear. And they're going to start dialing back and saying, I would support it, but it's too close to the election. What can we do? What can we do? It's too close. States can't get it done in time. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. So to start wasting time with a stupid, fruitless task of trying to get around, work around circles like this, oh, I'm going to go budget thing, and then please, Mrs. Parliamentarian, please consider it a budget so we can burn $500 billion on stupidity and get something that every American wants passed. Retarded. Should make me sick. Make me sick. Doesn't make your president very happy either. I like this message from him.
Is Senator Thune listening to you when you say you want to pass the Save America Act? He says there aren't the votes to do it right now. What's your response?
Well, he's got to be a leader. You know, if he's a leader, he's got to get him. It's the most
Well, he's got to be a leader.
popular bill I've ever seen put before Congress. And it's voter ID and it's voter. You have to be able to be a citizen to vote. It's called citizenship. And we're also adding in no men playing in women's sports, no transgender mutilization of our children, and no mail-in ballots, fake mail-in ballots. We have none of that, except in the case of the military, etc. It is the Save America Act. It's the most popular bill I think I've ever put before Congress.
Is Senator Thune?
If you can't do it, he's not a leader. It's time for a new leader. A little late for that. Here's Scott Pressler, the persistence, weighing in on it today. Sometimes I wonder. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh, Lord. Lord help me. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. You see what I'm dealing with? What the heck was that? I just went backward and then forward. What? This is a different thing. What? How did it get here? What the heck was that? Oh, for the love of God. want to hear Boomer. I didn't do any of this. What? Oh, that's not it. This is what I wanted. Sometimes I wonder why I do this work. I wonder why I work so hard to elect Republican majorities into office. And when we are in power, our very elected officials don't wield or harness that power. I wonder why I lose sleep, miss family vacations, and put my personal life on hold so wealthy senators can go on paid vacations after not achieving the very promises they campaigned on. Sometimes I wonder if they truly care about us and if they actually want to represent the will of the very people that elected them into positions of authority. I will tell you this. If the Senate ultimately does not pass the Save America Act, I will use all of the energy, hustle, and organizing efforts we used to elect these senators into office as tools to peacefully and respectfully defeat them in their upcoming elections. And he's 100% right. He's 100% right. So aggravating. So aggravating. Lord. These people. Those people. All right. Something else that I thought you would enjoy. Because like I said, this is a show. It's meant for you to enjoy and be happy. And I do have lots of good news for you. Sometimes even coming out of MSNBC. And I'm not saying this facetiously. I actually mean it. This is something that, like, I saw this. I was like, this is an enjoyable watch. Morning Joe host Joe Scarborough. Yes, that doofus actually made me happy. Continuously pressing Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. No. Hold on a second. You got to answer my question first. Is it a good thing that Iran, and I think you would agree with it, the epicenter of terrorism in the world since 1979, is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that it is? Yes or no? Oh, Chuck Schumer, you can't really say. Can't really say. This is Chuck Schumer. Spent his whole life rallying. Look how deranged he looks. Oh, he looks so deranged. Look at him. Oh, hunched. So angry. Yeah. You've been railing against Iran for decades as a threat. Almost your entire administration, I think, predates him. It doesn't. The entire time that you've been in Congress, you've been railing against Iran. So now they've been demilitarized. Can you at least recognize that this is a good thing?
Deep. And Iran sees that they have real leverage here. Right. That it's harder and harder.
All right, so Senator,
here's how we ought to get out.
No, hold on a second.
Okay.
You got to answer my question first.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing that Iran, and I think you would agree with me.
Look how hunched over he's become. Look at him. I do think that this might be where they put the speaker behind his jacket. And this is just not a good look for Chuck. You know, they have like the voice box they sort of stick on you as your mic. So as your like remote mic. He's looking more and more like the Penguin every day.
Epicenter of terrorism in the world since 1979. Is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that it is? Yes or no?
It's you can't, because it's a premature question. What is going to happen in the next several months?
No, I can ask that question.
Well, you can't separate.
No. I can't. So you have a military side of it. I can show you my chart, but I think it threw it away.
Mika's like, I don't even know who you are. Why are you attacking a Democrat senator? I don't know what's happening here. Why are you pretending that Trump did something good? Arms folded.
You have the military side, you have the political side. I'm simply asking on the military side, is it good, regardless of whether we agree with going in or not, is it good that Iran's military infrastructure has been seriously
And again,
degraded?
I have to tell you, Joe, first, you can't, what's going to happen 3 months from now? Is it worth it? What's going to happen? Will the
Answer
world
the
economy
question.
collapse? Will something happen even worse?
If the world economy collapses, is that still not worth it? Then rather than Iran having nukes or basically being insulated, they can develop nukes at their leisure. Is it better?
Will the whole
like it's like, oh, so I guess if we're all dead, as long as our wallets are protected, that's okay. Stupid.
energy infrastructure of the world go up in smoke? So you have to, when they do it without planning, when they do it without understanding where they're going,
Senator,
where they're going,
But
I don't
it's a
think
trick
it's fair.
question. It's a trick question.
No, it's not.
because
It
if you
is.
do not- if
See, Mika's on Chuck Schumer's side.
you do not strategize the consequences
I
of
agree with
the
you.
action, the military action. If you obliterate and do all these things, but you don't actually play out in your minds and have strategy for the
Let me.
consequences, then it may not be good.
Let me answer the question for everybody in America. The answer, yes. It's good that the terrorist regime, their military has been, and capabilities have been degraded radically. The question, Mike, though, is political. It's the political question.
No.
What is the political impact? What's the impact in the Straits? What's the impact in the
Joe,
region?
in all due respect, if you ask the American people, if you have the choice of degrading the military structure in Iran, but having gasoline be $6 a gallon, and our economy falling into a deep
$6 a gallon. First of all, it was $8 a gallon in California when I was there in 2022. So, yeah.
Session where millions lose their job. What do you think of
Senator, you're not listening to me. That's the political side.
No, it's not political.
Okay.
It's a consequence, just like Mika said.
All right, why don't we talk about the Yankees? Because you're not following me here.
I am
with all
following
due
you.
respect.
I just don't agree with you.
No, what you don't understand me. There's a big difference. I would say that most Americans would say it's a good thing that it's degraded. Would they agree that we should have gone to war, Mike? I think most Americans, you look at the polls, they don't want this war.
Okay.
They don't want this war, but there is, it's something that I think the Democrats should be, I think it's something, with all due respect, Democrats should be clear about. Iran has tried to kill Americans since 1979.
Okay.
Two things, hold on.
They've successfully been killing Americans since 1979.
Two things can be true at once. It can be good that Iran's killing machine has been degraded. At the same time, the consequences may outweigh the good that come from that.
Okay,
It's okay
look,
to say that.
I don't disagree with you. You know,
Oh, you can't say I agree. I don't disagree. It's such an equivocation. You're such a loser.
the fact that the leader Khamenei is gone, no one regrets that.
Oh, you seem to. You seem to.
The fact that Iran has less ability to create
Kill
military
neighbors, yeah.
trouble is no one disputes that.
He can't even say there's a good thing. He can't even say the words, it's a good thing. This is how twisted they are. You can't say, that is a good thing. You can't say those words.
But you have to look, I don't think it's political, to be very honest with you. It's the consequences, the military, the geopolitical,
Well,
the
that's what I'm
economic
saying.
consequences.
I'm saying geopolitical.
You gotta let me.
So, which is why they're literally rooting for terrible things to come as an outgrowth of this, so they could say, "You see, this is the problem that Joe Scarborough is putting him in here, because with him, if he gets Chuck Schumer to admit that this is a good thing, now Chuck Schumer needs to pray for terrible things to happen to America, and if they don't, in that case, basically, Trump's a hero. Unequivocally a hero. So that's why the perpetual equivocator can't admit it. He just can't admit it. He can't say it. Because, he can't be openly in favor of America facing an economic crisis, a political crisis. But basically, that's where the woke right and left are at right now. Just consider how awful and miserable their lives are. That they are praying terrible things will happen to America so they can say, I told you so, Trump sucks. That's the position they're in. If you're sitting there screaming about the war and screaming, oh my God, he lied, you're praying for American casualties. You're praying for gas to skyrocket, for a recession, for a serious attack on American soil. These are the terrible calamities are what you're literally praying for. What a miserable existence you must have. What a miserable, miserable, miserable existence you have, where you either see genuine tragedy come, or you basically look like an utter fool. It's like stupid. It's like this is such a, just as far as playing the odds of having a happy life, you must be miserable. And if you're okay, if you're comfortable with calamity striking this country, if you're okay with that and that's really not going to trouble you, you're not someone I should be listening to anyway. What an utter miserable existence. And by the way, if you are okay with that, you have a miserable internal soul anyway. You're walking around in constant misery anyway. This is such a miserable existence. These people are all so miserable. It's sad. It's sad. I look at them and I'm sad. I pity them. These people are, they might look at me as their enemy. They might look at you as their enemy. They're the enemies themselves. They make themselves miserable for nothing. For nothing. Now, I would encourage Trump to get us the hell out of this place as soon as he possibly can. Get us out. But these doom and gloom people are miserable people, and I don't care if they're libertarians or leftists. They're miserable, literally miserable. They're very unhappy. In the same way, I look at someone who's trans, and some adult who decides that he's going to chop off his twig and berries and slap on some plastic boobalach and think he looks so pretty. I look at that person, I'm like, I feel bad for you. I feel sorry for you. I very similarly feel sorry for these losers too. I do. I feel sorry for them. They might be aggravating at times. Times it might make you feel like I want to punch them in the face because they're so aggravating. But I think they're very sad. I think they have a very sad and miserable existence. And it's unnecessary. It's really unnecessary.
Finish. You just said what I was saying, the geopolitical consequences of this.
How does someone with a name like Rocky Macabre even know the word pilpul? How does someone with an Irish last name even know the word pilpul? I'm mystified.
The economic consequences.
Right.
Again, let me ask the question again. If you ask the American people and you had the package together, because we don't know how bad it's going to get, but we know it's pretty bad now, I think most of them would have said, no, we shouldn't have gone to war. And by the way,
most of them have said that.
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone to war.
Right.
And I'll tell you this, if they would have done it right, if they would have voted, if the Republicans would have voted with us on the War Powers Act, all these questions would have been asked ahead of time.
That's not true. That's very unlikely. I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Now I'm going to be landing my plane like in another couple minutes. But thank you, brother. I'll see you tomorrow. Democrats' method of governance: we lose, we hurt Americans; we win, we hurt America. Shameful. But it's such utter misery. It's so miserable. It's like a self-hatred. It's unhappiness with their own existence. You're living in a country which has the greatest wealth in world history. You just can't find a way to make yourself happy. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. You heard that word. Oh, I see. Okay, that explains it. You heard the word because you're like one of the crazy, you're one of the loonies who's got like sitting sitting there thinking the Jews are the problem. Okay, that's a theory. You go with that.
Right. Instead of Donald Trump's willy-nilly, one day yes, one day no, this is our reason, that is our reason.
Right.
So I don't think the question can be taken in just one slice.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, can't take it all in one slice. Yeah, because we're sitting here and hoping that something terrible happens so we can say, aha, I told you so. And more good news. We'll close with this. Supreme Court heard oral arguments this week about mail-in ballots being accepted after election days. Alito had the mic drop moment of oral arguments.
Can count ballots received after Election Day in a case that could have an impact in nearly 30 states that allow some kind of grace period. The RNC is challenging a Mississippi.
Really? There's a grace period in 29 states. Well, my state's there. Of course. Of course they are.
States that allow some kind of grace period. The RNC is challenging a Mississippi law that allows ballots to be counted up to 5 business days after Election Day. If
Mississippi is starting to accept them. That's what started this question. The reason I said you're not from the tribe of Asher is, or we would say Usher, you probably would say the Asher, is because that's one of the lost tribes. So if someone was a descendant from the tribe of Usher, they wouldn't know it. And there's no such thing as Black Israelites.
they're postmarked by Election Day. Justice Alito was among the biggest skeptics during Monday's arguments.
This is the line. This is why we all should love Justice Alito and pray that he lives another 50 years.
Independence Day, birthday, and election day. And they're all particular days. So if we start with that, if I have nothing more to look at than the phrase election day, I think this is the day in which everything is going to take place.
But Justice Kagan questioned the impact of that logic on practices like early voting.
It seems to me it's a rule that prevents early voting because you're basically saying there are two things that have to happen and they have to happen on election day.
No, something has to happen on election day. You're saying nothing happens. Vote before, send your ballot in after. What the hell is that?
Meaning the casting of the vote and the receipt of that vote. But attorney Paul Clement, representing the RNC, said the argument is that the process be consummated or completed by Election Day. A number of the justices also raised the issue of the potential for the appearance of fraud when votes arrive and are counted after Election Day. And there wind up being shifts in vote totals and how that may impact public confidence.
So, there you go. There you go. It seems as if this is likely going to pass. It's likely this thing is, the rule is going to be knocked out as being unconstitutional, and Election Day will be deemed the law of the land. The Supreme Court appears poised to strike down allowing mail-in ballots to be received days or weeks after Election Day. The nature of the questions the Supreme Court asks is often very telling about where they are coming from with respect to which way they're going to vote. And John Roberts didn't ask anything, but the other 5 conservative justices all seem to be like, their questions are like, what? Why were we accepting it afterwards? Assistant Attorney General Harmy Dillon nails it. We argued in our brief that because Congress had these laws that refer to an election day should mean election day, meaning the last day by which ballots can be received by the state and processed. And so here, Mississippi allows it. During the oral arguments, there's all sorts of questions as far as like why, when it's the hands of the mail, that would be okay. So the liberal justices were basically like, well, let's say they decide not to process and I put an election box. Is that okay? And put it a day before election day into the box, but they don't process it. The answer is yeah, because now you're putting it into that specific entity's hands. You're putting it into the Election Commission's hands. It's really not that hard a question. You have to receive it. Here's Harmeet Dillon weighing in on this. Eventually, look at this. Hands up. You tell me what's going to take to go full screen. There you go. I didn't do anything. You see me? My computer telling me I need to restart. I think that's what my computer's telling me. All right.
Is it legal for states to continue to allow ballots to trickle in after the official federal election day in November and count them? Or is that inconsistent with our federal election statutes? That's the question that the United States Supreme Court confronted today in a very interesting, more than 2 hours oral argument that I had the privilege of witnessing. We at the Civil Rights Division, where we're charged with enforcing our federal election laws, had the privilege of co-authoring a brief with our Solicitor General, who then argued it in court today, together with 2 of the other top oral advocates in the country, including former Solicitor General Paul Clement, who argued for the Republican National Committee to uphold the lower court ruling from the Fifth Circuit that indeed the practice of Mississippi, and by the way, parenthetically, many other states, of allowing ballots to trickle in and be counted days and sometimes even up to 3 weeks after an election is inconsistent with our federal election statute. So now in prior cases, the United States Supreme Court has addressed these types of issues, and Justice Kavanaugh wrote in a case in 2020 that these kinds of disparate trickling in and uncertainty and a wide swath of different kinds of laws creates uncertainty around elections and indeed undermines confidence in our elections.
That's important because, look, we know we're starting with Alito is on our side. We know Thomas is on our side. Gorsuch is a pretty safe bet. Kavanaugh's one which we never know where the wind's going to go. So the fact that he decided in this direction in the past is a very good sign. John Roberts being quiet, who the hell knows what the hell he's thinking. It really comes down to Amy Coney Barrett. I guess we gotta get one of them. But these 4 over here seem poised. I would hope Gorsuch, I can rely on him. I didn't love what he did on tariffs, but I would hope that we have these 4 here. We just need either John Roberts or Amy Coney Barrett. These 2 idiots over here, and they don't even bother with Sotomayor. She's like behind the curtain. Where's Sotomayor? I was like, aren't there supposed to be 9? I count 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads, 5 heads, 6 heads, 7 heads, 8 heads. 1 head, 2 head, 3 head, 4 head, 5 head, 6 heads, 7 heads, 7.5 heads. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know where Sotomayor is, but she's definitely not going to be on our side anyway.
So we argued in our brief that because Congress has these laws that refer to an election day should mean election day, meaning the last day by which ballots can be received by the state and processed. And so here, Mississippi allows it for 5 days. Some states allow it for 10 days, up to 21 days. 8 states don't even require a postmark on mail ballots. So for those of you who are concerned about whether this would impact our military abroad being able to cast their ballots, it doesn't, because there's a special statute for that under federal law, so there's no preemption issue. And so Here, I saw a very spirited argument. All of the 9 justices asked questions. I think there was a distinct trend in how some of these justices were viewing this. And this isn't Mississippi's first trip to the Supreme Court. There was a case called Foster versus Love in 1997, where it was kind of looking at the opposite end of the spectrum. Mississippi had a open primary law that said that at the primary level, if any particular candidate, even a federal election, got a majority of the votes, that was the end. There was no need for a general election. And the Supreme Court held that this violated the very statutes that we're looking at here about a federal general election day. And so it's going to be interesting to see the court reconcile that prior decision, some other decisions by the court, and look at the legislative history. And so I'm really excited to see this case come out. And if it comes out the way that the United States is arguing at the Civil Rights Division and Solicitor General's office, i.e., that it is inconsistent with federal law for states to continue to process and accept these ballots after the election day being the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, set by federal law way back in the mid-1800s, I think that's actually going to be a positive development for
Very positive.
voter confidence in the outcome of our election.
Very
regardless of
positive.
your party, because we're going to know that final means final, and there aren't some shenanigans with a bunch of people, your neighbor or whoever, delivering a dump of ballots into the mail after the election day. So stay tuned for further developments in this case.
All right. Harmeet Dillon, one of the bright stars of our Justice Department. One of the few bright stars of our Justice Department, sadly. We should have a lot more bright stars like Harmeet Dillon. And that's what I got for you tonight. I thank you all for joining me. God willing, I will be back tomorrow evening. I expect to have Jim Tells You join me at that time. And yeah, until then, what I got to tell you. Oh, yeah. You don't really want to touch that lab meat. It's not meant for you. It's meant for them. And don't eat the bugs. Don't do it. Have a good night, everyone. And as always, Godspeed.